Chapter 1185. After so many days, the trial in the void sky world finally came to an end. Many geniuses came out of the void sky world one after another, because they couldn't go any deeper. Not everyone could reach the deepest part of the void sky world like Di Haoqian and Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, there were also some geniuses who obtained enough opportunities to satisfy themselves. They didn't want any more accidents, so they took the initiative to come out. Huang Nie Dao Gu Tizi Ling Yan. There were also people on Jun Xiaoyao's side, his followers, the experts of the Jun family and Jiang Luoli. They all woke up, and as soon as they woke up, they talked about some things. I didn't expect the mysterious Gray clan to show up, and the geniuses of the forbidden families in the 9 heavens. Is the storm in this world going to happen again? Why do I have a bad feeling? The storm in the outer realm has just calmed down. Is the immortal realm going to welcome a new storm? After waking up, many geniuses of the Immortal Academy were talking. After all, no one expected the Grey Clan and the Forbidden Families to appear in the Void Sky world. Third Elder Su Mo's expression turned grave when he heard the news. The Grey Clan and the Forbidden Families of the 9 heavens appeared at this critical moment. Actually, it wasn't a good thing. Hey, that person, could it be? Some geniuses who didn't meet Di Haoqian in the Void Sky world were shocked when they saw the peerless man who was sitting cross-legged and surrounded by brilliant light. This is the ancient young emperor of the Xian Ting, Di Haoqian. He came here alone later. He's Di Haoqian? Many geniuses were surprised. Huang Nie Dao's face was cold. His primordial spirit was destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao, and he came out of the void sky world. He looked at Di Haoqian and hoped that Di Haoqian could expel Jun Xiaoyao. He's Di Haoqian. Jiang Luoli's little face was very serious. Jun Xiaoyao's enemy was her enemy. His aura is indeed not weak. Jun Bieli and the other geniuses of the Jun family also had serious looks in their eyes. Di Haoqian was undoubtedly a terrifying monster. Otherwise, Xian Ting wouldn't think so highly of him. In fact, in his previous life, he was absolutely qualified to attain Dao and become the true leader of Xian Ting. However, Di Haoqian refused. This was because he wanted to shine with his own brilliance in this most glorious era since ancient times. Just as everyone was paying attention to Di Haoqian, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, by Luoxue, crimson-haired ghost, and the others woke up, and they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear. That sword is too terrifying! By Luoxue's beautiful face was extremely pale, and she still had lingering fears. Even the arrogant crimson-haired ghost was trembling at this moment, and his chin was dripping with blood. He thought that Di Haoqian was strong enough to subdue him with one palm. Who would have thought that in this era there would be such a terrifying genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Di Haoqian? Hey, they've also woken up. Could it be that they were beaten out by the son of God of the Jun family? Everyone knew about the friction between the 18 steeds of Yenyun and Jun Xiaoyao. Doesn't this mean that Di Haoqian has already met Jun Xiaoyao? Many people had strange looks in their eyes. If the two of them really clashed, it would make everyone curious. However, not long after, Di Haoqian's body shook and he slowly woke up. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Di Haoqian had woken up so quickly. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't woken up yet. Could it be? Everyone had an idea in their minds. Di Haoqian had lost. He was at a disadvantage in the fight with Jun Xiaoyao, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Of course, although the geniuses thought so, they didn't dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, it would be a provocation to Di Haoqian. Young King, by Luoxue, crimson-haired ghost, and the others were also stunned. Could it be that their lord had really lost? Di Haoqian didn't say anything. He just looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a dim light in his eyes. I've indeed underestimated him. Di Haoqian's words made everyone present fall into silent shock. Other things aside, at the very least, Jun Xiaoyao had the upper hand in their first clash. My brother Xiaoyao is indeed a god. Jiang Luoli smiled brightly, revealing 2 dimples. So what if the Xianting young king was the ancient Xianting? Didn't he lose to Jun Xiaoyao? How is this possible? Huang Nie Dao, the son of truth, and the others couldn't believe it. Even Di Haotian couldn't deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Another period of time passed. Almost all the geniuses of the Void Sky world came out. In the end, only Jun Xiaoyao was left. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was enveloped in brilliant divine light. He began to return and awaken. The Son of God has come out. Everyone's gazes converged on him. Jun Xiaoyao stayed in the Void Sky world the longest. Many people guessed that Jun Xiaoyao should have reached the deepest part of the Void Sky world and obtained a great opportunity. The light dissipated, and Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. What was different from before was that there was now a little girl with silver hair beside him. She was delicate and cute like a doll. The disciples of the Immortal Academy were speechless. Third Elder Su Mo was also surprised. He looked at the little girl, and suddenly he felt an inexplicable palpitation. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking. What exactly did Jun Xiaoyao bring out from the Void Sky world? Elder Su Mo was also extremely surprised. Big brother Xiaoyao, this is... Jiang Lily looked at Little Evers now and was also surprised. Daddy, there are so many people here. Little Evers now was a little shy and shrank beside Jun Xiaoyao's leg. Everyone was stunned. All the disciples of the Immortal Academy looked as if they had seen a ghost. Jun Xiaoyao went into the Void Sky world and became a father? Jiang Luoli's delicate body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. When did Jun Xiaoyao become a father? She still wanted to give birth to Jun Xiaoyao's precious daughter. It's a long story. Jun Xiaoyao didn't plan to explain, because even he didn't know little Eversnow's origin for the time being. The prodigies present also came back to their senses. They knew that this little girl's origin was not simple. She might be one of the fortuitous opportunities in the Void Sky world. Since Jun Xiaoyao didn't explain, they naturally didn't ask too much. Some of the female disciples also breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Xiaoyao was the white moonlight in many women's hearts. If he really became a father, who knew how many women would be heartbroken? Jiang Luoli also understood. Her eyes curved as she looked at little Evers now. She had to admit that this snow-white little girl was too cute and very likable. Even Jiang Luoli's maternal instincts overflowed. She really wanted to go up and pinch her little cheeks. However, little Evers now was a little shy. She hugged Jun Xiaoyao's leg tightly. Looks like the Son of God has gained a lot this time. Elder Su Mo smiled slightly, and his heart also calmed down. After all, this trip to the Void Sky world was to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, should have gained quite a lot. At this moment, on the other side, Di Haotian stepped forward. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone on the scene immediately understood the situation. In the process of fighting for the fortuitous opportunity, Di Haotian should have lost to Jun Xiaoyao, although they didn't know the specific situation. Now, they had all come out of the Void Sky world. Would Di Haotian be willing to let Jun Xiaoyao get the fortuitous opportunity? Are we going to witness the battle between Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao today? Everyone was on high alert. This was not just a battle between two supreme prodigies. It was also a battle between two colossal forces behind them, the Xian Ting and the Jun family. Chapter 1186. On the Xian Ting side, Gutizi looked like he was watching a show. Previously, he had thought of all kinds of ways to deal with Jun Xiaoyao on the ancient final road and the divine ruins. In the end, he failed one by one. Instead, he was screwed over by Jun Xiaoyao. Now, with Di Haotian taking action, Gutizi didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could still be so calm. As for Ling Yan, her expression was very complicated. When Di Haotian was born, he was called the young emperor. Then what was she, the current generation's young emperor, considered? Ling Yan was very strong, and she was also a genius nurtured by Empress Wazkor. However, her appeal in the Xianting was inferior to Di Haotian's. What's more, she was a woman. She lacked some of Di Haotian's domineering authority. At this moment, Di Haotian and Jun Xiaoyao were confronting each other. Her identity was awkward, and she was sandwiched in the middle. It was indeed very uncomfortable. Jun Xiaoyao, I have to say that you have exceeded my expectations. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had seized the opportunity, Di Haotian's expression was still indifferent. He knew too many opportunities, and the Void Sky realm was only a small part of them. Di Haotian, you don't have the right to put on airs in front of me. Jun Xiaoyao was also indifferent, although this Di Haotian was slightly different from some of his previous opponents. He was a bit stronger and a bit more special. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the belief of being invincible and didn't fear Di Haotian. Moreover, he had gained a lot this time. When he returned to the Immortal Academy to cultivate in seclusion, his strength would definitely soar again. At that time, he wanted to see if Di Haotian had the ability to catch up to him. Am I not qualified? Di Haotian didn't think much of it. Then he suddenly attacked and slapped out a palm. In an instant, a dragon's roar shook the sky. 81 heavenly dragons roared and rushed out. Each of the heavenly dragons looked as if they were made of metal and were tens of thousands of feet long. With a casual flick of its tail, it could shatter a star. That's the dragon race's supreme technique. A few Immortal Academy disciples cried out in alarm, recognizing him. That was a supreme technique of the Dragon Clan long ago, but it was lost later on. Who would have thought that it would reappear in Di Haotian's hands? However, when he thought about how Di Haotian was not from this era, it was understandable that he could use such a technique. Jun Xiaoyao also casually shook his hand, and primal chaos energy filled the air. The great primal chaos handprint pressed down and collided with the 81 heavenly dragons. Chaotic chi and dragon chi erupted, shocking the world. Jun Xiaoyao was also slightly surprised. This Di Haotian was indeed something. Previously, in the Void Heaven world, Shao Qin executed the Buddhist sect's Brahma heavenly voice. Now, he also displayed the dragon race's technique. He felt like this Di Haotian seemed to have learned all of the myriad Tao's techniques. The primal chaos handprint was like the hand of a deity, capturing the heavenly dragons. Just the power of the collision alone made many Immortal Academy disciples here feel apprehensive. Was this really someone in the same age group as them? All right, both of you should stop. Su Emo couldn't watch any longer and came out to stop them. In reality, he also felt terrible. It was because he couldn't afford to offend either of these two, so he felt terrible no matter which side he sided with. Jun Xiaoyao stopped, and Di Haotian also did the same. Elder Su Emo said sincerely, "Now you all have also seen it. In the Void Heaven world, Heaven Clan and the 9 Heavens taboo families have appeared one after another. In the future, Immortal Domain will not be peaceful either. You all are the pillars of Immortal Domain, so you shouldn't have internal strife." "I don't mind," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Di Haotian gave Jun Xiaoyao a deep look. He felt that the real 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route should have fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Di Haotian was also very curious about Evers now. Fine, what's mine will be mine in the end. Di Haotian also felt relieved. He had the confidence that what he lost in the future would eventually return to him. Then, Di Haotian turned to look at Ling Yan. Of these two, one was the current young emperor, and the other was the ancient young emperor. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. Di Haotian said indifferently, "Ling Yan, as the current young emperor of Xianting, what you should know the most is propriety. My follower may have acted improperly, but flies don't bite seamless eggs. I hope that in the future you will know what boundaries and propriety are." These words were full of lecturing. In other words, the relationship between Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao was a little vague, which was inconsistent with her background. Even Ling Yan's cold and beautiful face changed slightly. Di Haoyan was indeed the ancient young emperor, but he didn't seem to have the right to criticize her in such a high and mighty tone. After all, she was the current young emperor. But now, she was like a child being lectured by an adult. Di Haoyan didn't pay attention to Ling Yan's somewhat ugly expression, because he knew that Ling Yan would play an extremely important role in the future. It was related to an important person in the ancient Xianting. Therefore, Ling Yan absolutely couldn't have anything to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, it would also affect his plan. At this time, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. "I killed your people. If you want to target someone, you should target me." Is internal strife a tradition of the Xianting? Jun Xiaoyao's words surprised many people present. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao and then looked at Ling Yan. Was he protecting his wife? Previously, their relationship was only vague. But at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward to speak, which was full of protectiveness. The son of God of the Jun family was protecting the Xianting young emperor. It was hard not to let people's imagination run wild. Even Ling Yan didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so straightforward and speak up for her. This made Ling Yan's heart surge with indescribable complexity and joy. She was happy that Jun Xiaoyao was protecting her. What was complicated was that Jun Xiaoyao's actions undoubtedly deepened the conflict between her and Di Haoyan. She didn't know that this was Jun Xiaoyao's real purpose. However, he didn't want to stir up conflict between Ling Yan and Di Haoyan. Instead, he wanted to stir up conflict between the immortal lineage of Empress Hua and the immortal lineage of Fuxi. These two immortal lineages were now the most prestigious in the Xianting. If these two immortal lineages were to split, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Xianting. This Jun Xiaoyao, as expected, Di Haoyan also had a strange look in his eyes. He noticed that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't just a genius with monstrous talent. Even his shrewdness and scheming were so deep. It was obvious that he wanted to sow discord between him and Ling Yan, although they didn't have much to do with each other. This is our Xianting's business. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. Jun Xiaoyao, I'll remember you. I look forward to meeting you officially. As soon as Di Haoyan's voice fell, his body turned into a golden rain of light. This is a Dharma body? When they saw this scene, all the disciples of the Immortal Academy were stunned and exclaimed. Just now, when Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao exchanged blows, 80% of the heavenly talents present couldn't withstand the power. In the end, it was just a Dharma body. Di Haoyan's true body hadn't come out of seclusion yet. Many disciples of the Immortal Academy fell silent. Their Tao hearts were shocked. Just now, not many people present could block Di Haoyan's Dragon Clan technique. They couldn't even beat Di Haoyan's Dharma body. Of course, there were also some people who were disdainful. They were all on Jun Xiaoyao's side, showing off with a Dharma body. Do you really think everyone is Lord Son of God? Back then, Lord Son of God's Dharma body was enough to compete with the tyrant body. A heavenly talent mentioned such an old incident. In the crowd, Long Yao, Er's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Was this a pot that didn't boil? He was exposing her shortcomings. This was her dark history, a past that she couldn't bear to look back on, a nightmarish existence. As for Jun Xiaoyao, his expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He knew long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Di Haoyan wasn't qualified to fight with him in the void sky world. Di Haoyan, I'm also looking forward to meeting you officially. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. It was rare to meet someone who could arouse his interest. Chapter 1187. The trip to the void sky realm came to an end. All the disciples of the Immortal Academy didn't expect that so many things would happen in just a place of good fortune. The mysterious ancient young emperor of Xianting appeared. Under the water surface, the ancient gray clan appeared. There were also the forbidden families above the 9 heavens. After this trip, many geniuses were reporting to the forces and families behind them. They could foresee that a great storm no less than the invasion of the foreign realm was about to sweep over. Of course, many geniuses also gained something from this trip. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had gained so much that he even became a father. Everyone, including third elder Su Mo, was very curious about little Evers now. However, this girl had always stuck to Jun Xiaoyao and didn't come into contact with anyone else at all. Even Jiang Luoli felt a little jealous. She and Jun Xiaoyao weren't that close yet. Of course, she also liked little Evers now very much. Next, everyone began to return to the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao's gains from this trip weren't just some opportunities. He also obtained some clues. However, there were still some things that needed to be investigated. For example, which sacred body did that drop of flawless sacred blood come from? Jun Xiaoyao believed that drop of blood shouldn't be the blood of No-End Heavenly Emperor. No-End Heavenly Emperor later transformed into an innate sacred body of Tao, which was no longer a pure sacred body of the ancients. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao had to return to the Huangtian Immortal Realm later to ask Guardian Wu. As the last sacred body of the sacred palace of the ancients, Guardian Wu should know some clues. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious about the whereabouts of No-End Heavenly Emperor. After he went to the Realm C, what was the result? Was he still alive? Why was there no news of him until now? The mysteries in Jun Xiaoyao's heart increased again, just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the Immortal Academy, in a mysterious place shrouded in mist. This place was not the laws of heaven and earth of the Immortal Realm, but another space. Like the Foreign Realm, the Desolate Border, the Realm Sea, and other places, it was not bound by the laws of the Immortal Realm. In another area, a group of people stood up. Yu Kuin and the others are all dead. I didn't expect the son of God of the Jun family from the Immortal Realm to be so ruthless and decisive. The people of the Yu clan cannot die in vain. So what if he is the son of God of the Jun family? We are backed by the Immortal Mausoleum, one of the 10 great forbidden areas. We stand above the 9 heavens. Even the clan of the ancients of the mystic region has no right to touch our people. There's also that young girl from the Jiang clan. She has obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Mausoleum. We've already sent a message to young Master Yugan. He should be going. After all, Yu Kuin is his younger brother. If it wasn't for the endless killing formation left behind by the endless Heavenly Emperor, the Forbidden Land would have been able to descend long ago. However, the time is fast approaching. Before that, let us, the clans, attack first. Meanwhile, in another region, there was also a group of people conversing. They were from the Forbidden Clan above the 9 heavens, the Jin clan. They were backed by the Sacred Spirit Ruins, one of the 10 great forbidden areas. They once had a grudge with the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. I didn't expect the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor to be the son of God of the Jun family. This is going to be a bit troublesome. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor and the forbidden clan behind our clan, the Sacred Spirit Ruins. The grudge between them is too great. It's completely impossible to resolve. However, a great figure in the Sacred Spirit Ruins has spoken. Everything related to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor must be eliminated. It seems like it's time to make a trip to the Mystic region. In another region, there was another group of people. Among them was a young woman in her late 20s. Her face was beautiful and delicate. She was the woman from the Ji clan who had questioned Ji Qingyi in the Void Sky realm, Jiying. The Ji clan was also a forbidden clan above the 9 heavens. Their eldest son, Ji Daoi, was once the successor of the human immortal sect. Later on, he died in the world of the divine ruins. Ji Inying wanted to investigate the true cause of Ji Daoi's death. However, Ji Qingyi insisted that Ji Daoi was killed by a sneak attack from a foreign creature. However, Ji Yingying believed that if Ji Daoyi hadn't been injured, the foreign creature definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. As such, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally the source of the conflict. If he hadn't seriously injured Ji Daoyi wouldn't have been attacked by the foreign creature and died. Are we really going to go against Jun Xiaoyao? A member of the Ji clan asked hesitantly. Brother Daoyi can't die in vain, Ji Yingying said through gritted teeth. Indeed, those cowards from the human immortal sect don't dare to go against Jun Xiaoyao. However, we, the Ji clan, must seek justice. There were also members of the Ji clan who supported Ji Yingying's decision. The Forbidden Clan was located above the 9 heavens and had the Forbidden Clan behind them. In fact, they didn't need to be too afraid of the Jun clan. Also, don't forget that the Jun clan has been cursed by the curse of misfortune. They might not even be able to take care of themselves. That's right. If it weren't for the endless killing array, the supreme existence in the Forbidden Clan would have already appeared. By then, the Jun clan would be just like that. However, I heard that some of the young primes in the Forbidden Clan, the Immortal Emperor's son, seemed to be about to appear. What the creatures of the Immortal Domain didn't know was, back then, the endless Heavenly Emperor slaughtered his way into the 9 heavens. After quelling the chaos, he left behind the endless killing array. This was a true Supreme Emperor's formation. It was used to restrict the 9 heavens Forbidden Clan, forming a barrier with the Immortal Domain. It was also precisely because of this that there was a period of peace later on. However, as time passed, the endless killing array's effects were also weakening. In addition, some great figures in the Forbidden Clan took action, so the effects of this formation diagram were gradually diminishing. Therefore, when the endless killing array was completely destroyed, that was when the chaos would completely erupt. And now, the endless killing array's effects were actually much worse than before. That was why those forbidden clans above the 9 heavens had the ability to go to the Immortal Domain. Yu clan, Ji clan, Jin clan. The 3 great forbidden clans above the 9 heavens were going to head to the Immortal Domain together to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. If this matter were to erupt, it would attract the attention of the entire Immortal Domain. However, right now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know that these forbidden clans wanted to stir up trouble. Even if he knew, he wouldn't feel anything. After more than 10 days, they also returned to Immortal Academy. The 18 steeds of Yin were much more well-behaved and didn't appear in front of Jun Xiaoyao again. Bai Luoxue and the red-haired ghost even left Immortal Academy. When they thought of Jun Xiaoyao's sword, they felt lingering fear. If it wasn't for Di Haotian helping to block it, they might really have died. The son of Truth and Huang, Nya, Dao, also didn't find trouble with Jun Xiaoyao anymore. Didn't they see that even Di Haotian couldn't take advantage of Jun Xiaoyao? Next, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to go into seclusion for a while. He wanted to digest the opportunities he obtained in the void sky world. As for little Evers now, although she was very clingy to Jun Xiaoyao, she was also very sensible. Knowing that Jun Xiaoyao had serious matters to attend to, she didn't disturb him. Fortunately, Jiang Luoli and little Evers now got along well. The entire Immortal Academy fell into silence again. Little did they know the incident of the Forbidden Clans descending to the lower realm was soon going to happen in the Immortal Academy. Meanwhile, in the mixed sky immortal realm of the 9 heavens, inside an ancient starry realm, Di Haotian was sitting in a golden palace with an expressionless face. Previously, only a wisp of his clone had gone to the void sky world. His true self was still sitting in the palace, merging with the aura of the era. Jun Xiaoyao, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. But then again, the plan still needs to be pushed forward. No one can stop me from dominating the world, not even Jun Xiaoyao. I am the ruler of this world. Chapter 1188. Di Haotian was a proud person. Even if he hadn't been reborn, he was still the proud young emperor of the Xianting. Not to mention, now, that he had the memories of a lifetime. Di Haotian didn't think that he would lose. It was even more impossible for him to lose to a current prodigy. The loss in the virtual sky world was just a small interlude to Di Haotian. It wouldn't affect his plan or the overall situation. What's really important is this. Di Haotian took out the fragment of the celestial stone plate. It was this fragment that had brought him back to the beginning of the Golden Age. However, the whereabouts of the other 3 fragments were unknown. Ancient history, the secret to becoming an immortal, and the chaos. I have to find the remaining 3 fragments, because this might be the greatest opportunity in the beginning of the Golden Age. Di Haotian's silver eyes shone with divine light. He knew things that others didn't, so he could seize the opportunity and advance step by step. By Luoxue, Di Haotian said. Young Emperor. A beautiful woman in a white dress with an ethereal aura appeared. It was Bai Luoxue. I need to find the remaining 3 fragments of this ancient artifact and activate the power of the Xianting. Di Haotian said as he held the fragment of the celestial stone plate. Yes, young Emperor. Bai Luoxue took a deep look at the fragment of the celestial stone plate. She was very smart and didn't ask what it was or what it could do to Di Haotian. Sometimes, as a subordinate, she just had to do as she was told. This was the only way to be valued. As the think tank of the 18 horsemen of Yanyan, Bai Luoxue naturally understood this simple principle. By the way, don't make a big fuss. I don't want others to know, Di Haotian said. I understand. Bai Luoxue nodded. Luoxue, you're very smart, so I'm not worried about leaving this matter to you. Di Haotian smiled faintly. It's my honor to be recognized by Sir Young Emperor. Joy appeared in Bai Luoxue's eyes. Go ahead. Di Haotian waved his hand. Bai Luoxue withdrew. Di Haotian pondered for a moment. In the void sky world, the Grey Clan and the Forbidden Clan appeared one after another. If I'm not mistaken, it's time for the Forbidden Clan to reveal themselves. They are the vanguard of the life forbidden zone. Jun Xiaoyao used to have the sacred body of the ancients. Logically speaking, he should be the natural enemy of the forbidden zone. Furthermore, there's also news that he's the successor of ancient chaos. There should be some grudges between him and that forbidden area. Since that's the case, Di Haotian had another idea. He suddenly spoke. Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch! Outside the Golden Palace, a fiery light flashed past. A purple-robed, purple-haired man appeared. The man's figure was robust, and his entire body was enveloped in a ball of purple divine flames. His eyes looked as if they were about to spit out flames. His aura was extremely powerful. Just by standing there, he was like a dazzling purple sun. What's the matter, young king? He was different from the other knights of the 18 steeds of Yanyan. Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch, didn't bow to Di Haotian. Instead, there was a hint of challenge in his eyes. Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch, after so long, your personality still hasn't changed. Di Haotian didn't mind. Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch, ranked 3rd among the 18 steeds of Yanyan. He used to be one of his challengers. It was said that Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch, had no parents. He was a creature born from a purple sun and was born to control all kinds of fire. In that era, Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch was an absolute dark horse. He rose to prominence and defeated countless talents of the imperishable forces. In the end, he met Di Haotian and was defeated by him. He was willing to become a follower. Therefore, his temperament was different from the other followers. He wasn't too humble. Young king, it's been a long time since I last sparred with you. My hands are indeed itching, Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch said. Don't worry. If you do this well, I'll give you a chance to practice, Di Haotian said. What's the matter? Go and investigate, secretly. Report to me any news about the Forbidden Clan. I'll need to contact them if necessary, Di Haotian said. All right. Purple Flame, Heaven Monarch nodded and turned into a ball of fire and left. Next, it's up to the Forbidden Clan. But no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao, you can't beat me. Sooner or later, you'll ask me to take you in as a follower. Di Haotian smiled. All right, I almost forgot. Go to the Huangtian mystic realm and contact the little demon empress. Her background is not ordinary. Di Haotian wanted to call her, but he shook his head in the end. Forget it. I'll go there personally to show my sincerity. With that, dermic powers intertwined in front of Di Haotian and rays of light surged. A Dharma body appeared again. His aura hadn't merged with the aura of this era yet, so it was inconvenient for him to go out. After Di Haotian's Dharma body left, his Dharma body was still sitting in the golden palace with his legs crossed. Step by step, my plan is perfect. Now, all we have to do is wait for that place to open. That place is extremely important to the Xianting. It's related to the unification and integration of the Xianting. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Di Haotian's eyes glittered. Everything, including the key points in history, was in his memory. How could Jun Xiaoyao fight him? Di Haotian's plan didn't startle anyone. The Nine Heavens mystic realm was as usual. However, some cultivators saw that some of the immortal court's troops had begun to patrol the various starfields. It didn't feel like they were patrolling, but looking for something. Of course, it didn't attract too much attention. The Immortal Institute was calm too. After returning from the Void Sky World, no one dared to provoke Jun Xiaoyao and the people around him anymore. Many disciples of the Immortal Institute started to cultivate diligently after obtaining the fortunate encounters. The Heaven Clan and the Forbidden Clans that appeared in the Void Sky world made them feel uneasy. It felt like the calm before the storm. Therefore, they cultivated diligently. The stronger they were, the more they could protect themselves. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao purposely asked the Grand Elder to choose a place isolated from the outside world after returning to the immortal realm. No one would disturb him. Not long after Jun Xiaoyao went into seclusion, a shocking piece of news came from the Huntian immortal realm. An eerie blood-red star appeared in the immortal realm. It was flickering as if it was going to illuminate a certain place. The star was called Mars. It was rumored to be an inauspicious star. However, it wasn't Mars itself that was shocking. It was related to one of the 7 inconceivable things in the immortal realm. The 7 inconceivable things were the 7 great taboos in the immortal realm. Jun Xiaoyao had been to the Bronze Immortal Palace, the 19 floors of the Infernal Star, and so on. The legend related to the Mars Fiend Star. It was related to one of the 7 inconceivable things, the Forgotten Country. Rumor had it that it was an ancient forbidden land that was forgotten by time. It usually didn't show up in the world. Only the places illuminated by the Mars Fiend Star would show up in the Forgotten Country. Then, even more shocking news began to spread. The important ruins of the ancient Xianting were in the Forgotten Country. Chapter 1189. Each of the 7 wonders of the immortal realms was mysterious and eerie. Ordinary cultivators would never dare to set foot in them. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only one who was able to come out unscathed after going through 2 unbelievable events. And this Forgotten Kingdom, even among the 7 wonders, was the most mysterious and treacherous. Rumors said it was a land that had been forgotten by time. No one could find its exact location. Only when the Chaos Demon Star appeared, wherever its blood-red light shone, the Forgotten Kingdom would be revealed. That being said, there were many powerful cultivators in the immortal realms who managed to enter the Forgotten Kingdom by chance. However, many of them never came out after entering the Forgotten Kingdom. Many cultivators did not expect the ruins of the ancient Xianting to be in the Forgotten Kingdom. However, on second thought, the most dangerous place was the safest place. The ruins of the ancient Xianting were located in the Forgotten Kingdom, so it was difficult for outsiders to disturb them. The Xianting immediately took action after the news spread. Some people saw the Xianting sending out heavenly soldiers and generals to seal off the entire Huntian immortal realm, forbidding cultivators from other immortal realms from entering. Many cultivators cursed in their hearts. the ancient Xianting ruins. God knows how many fortunate encounters there'd be inside. It was definitely priceless. It was equivalent to a supreme treasure vault that contained the most precious treasures of the ancient Xianting. Ordinary cultivators would be able to enjoy even one or two of them. The entire Nine Heavens immortal realm was in an uproar because of the news. Of course, many people were curious about the Jun family's reaction too. After all, if the Xianting obtained the fortune of the ancient Xianting ruins, the Xianting strength would skyrocket. It was not a good thing for the Jun family. However, the Chaos Demon star had just shown up. There was still some time before the Forgotten Kingdom showed up. The Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was in a mess too. Even the geniuses of the 9 immortal factions, including Ling Yan and Gu Tizi, were summoned back. It was obvious that they were preparing for the Forgotten Kingdom. It was an important matter for the Xianting. As for Jun Xiaoyao, because he was in seclusion, he didn't know about this for the time being. Within the depths of a mortal academy, within an ancient mountain range that was isolated from the outside world, spiritual qi was abundant here, forming a dense fog. There were jade grasses and exotic flowers, beautiful purple and brilliant red, evergreen all year round. This was a mortal academy's most precious cultivation land. Generally speaking, it was the place where the great elder and the others cultivated in seclusion. But now it was given to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the center of this ancient land in a spotless white robe. He was ethereal, intelligent, and peerlessly handsome. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged, like an immortal. He was emptying himself to prepare for his breakthrough. After all, he had gained quite a lot this time. Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to delay any longer. He brought out the 3-world coffin. There was also a portion of law fragment energy left behind after refining the ultimate calamity. With the help of the energy, Jun Xiaoyao condensed his chaos immortal qi into the law of primal chaos. Also, the power of faith. Jun Xiaoyao had devoured and refined the primordial spirit of the Sun of Truth in the Void Sky realm. Although it was only a portion of the primordial spirit energy of the Sun of Truth. But for Jun Xiaoyao it was still enlightening. It gave him a deeper understanding of the path of faith. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao himself also had a Dharma body of the God of Faith. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao also had a deep understanding of the power of faith. After a period of time of comprehension, Jun Xiaoyao finally condensed the law of faith. This law of faith was resplendent. It was as if there were billions of living beings floating, praying, and worshipping. Because Jun Xiaoyao had killed the ultimate calamity. Therefore, even now, there was still an endless stream of power of faith pouring into Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. The law of faith has been condensed. Next is the law of strength. Jun Xiaoyao began to comprehend the law of strength again. He had the sacred body of the ancients, so his understanding of strength was naturally extremely deep. Later on, he obtained the divine demon strength technique from the little divine demon ant. His understanding of the path of strength was also very deep. It was not weaker than his understanding of the law of sword. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao condensed the law of strength again. Next, there is the path of yin-yang transformation. Jun Xiaoyao began to comprehend again. He had once killed the 10 princes of Jinwu and obtained the true essence of the Immortal Sutra of Sunday. He also obtained the Immortal Sutra of Taiyin from Yu Chanwan. In his inner universe, there was also the sun and the Taiyin. The 2 stars alternated, representing the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the changes of yin and yang. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao condensed the law of yin-yang again. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao had condensed a total of 17 laws. This was an extremely terrifying number. 9 laws could be called the supreme of the extreme realm. What were those 17 laws? They were definitely far beyond the extreme realm. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through under such circumstances. No matter which stage of the 7 supremes he was at, he had the power to crush those of the same level. It's not over yet. Jun Xiaoyao took out the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. This 6-colored flower was hazy and shrouded in immortal light. It carried the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a divine item that was close to the level of the world tree. It was also something that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe could not lack. He planted the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root into his inner universe. Suddenly, the innerverse, which had been like a pool of stagnant water, began to come alive. To make an analogy, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was like a pool of stagnant water. Even if a fish was placed in without water to irrigate it, the fish would quickly die. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root seemed to have turned the stagnant water into living water. All living things could be reincarnated in it. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao did not even need to guide living things in from the outside world. The inner universe had the conditions to spontaneously give birth to life. This was like a real world, a world with reincarnation. Boom! In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was like the creation of heaven and earth. Clear air rose, turbid air descended. 6 paths of reincarnation. All living things reincarnated. My inner universe is advancing toward a minor 1,000 world. Jun Xiaoyao's expression shook, and he revealed a joyful expression. The level of the inner universe began from the microscopic world. It advanced step by step to the minor 1,000 world, the middle 1,000 world, the greater 1,000 world, the single universe, the multiverse, and so on. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe had always been at the level of a microscopic world. Now, with the long-term nourishment of the world tree and the addition of the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was finally evolving into a minor 1,000 world. His entire inner universe was trembling and expanding. This was different from the improvement of one's cultivation level. However, it was more important for Jun Xiaoyao. Generally speaking, one would only begin to cultivate after reaching the level of a quasi-emperor. However, Jun Xiaoyao was only a prime, but his inner universe had already begun to evolve into a minor 1,000 world. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause endless shock. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had refreshed everyone's understanding of cultivation. As Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe gradually transformed, his understanding of the world, Tao, also became deeper. After all, this was the law that was evolving in his body. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao's soul was blessed. The immortal qi in his body transformed again and turned into the world law. Chapter 1190. So far, Jun Xiaoyao had condensed a total of 18 laws. Physical body law, all things law, reincarnation law, void law, sin law, heaven law, devour law, great path law, life and death law, creation law, world law, magnetism law, chaos law, soul law, sword law, force law, faith law, yin and yang law. It could be said that if this were to spread out, countless people would be shocked. This was simply terrifying and unimaginable. It was already considered good for ordinary supremes to condense 1 or 2 laws. 9 laws was already the ultimate supremes and could stand at the peak of the supremes. But now, the laws that Jun Xiaoyao had condensed were twice as many as the ultimate supremes. This was ridiculous. It was simply not something that a human could do. It was not wrong to say that Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly. It's about time to break through. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. He had been slow to break through to the celestial venerable realm because his laws were not condensed completely. But now, 18 laws was already considered very good. If he continued to cultivate, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to comprehend more laws. But that was meaningless, because Jun Xiaoyao had already broken the limit and reached a certain extreme and perfection. Continuing to comprehend more laws would only be a slight icing on the cake. It would not be a qualitative change. When I reach the Tao in the future, I will comprehend more laws. When that time comes, I will control the 3,000 great paths. Who can defeat me? Jun Xiaoyao said to himself, if anyone said that they wanted to control the 3,000 great paths, they would definitely be laughed at because they were overestimating themselves. But these words, coming from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, seemed to be a matter of course. Oh, right, my summer world. Jun Xiaoyao noticed it again. Previously, he had been cultivating the technique in the physique book, the 3,000 summer worlds. Previously, he had already condensed 2,000 of them, and now, with the transformation and evolution of the Innerverse, the majestic power of the world was absorbed by the cells and cultivated into a summer world. Unknowingly, the remaining 1,000 summer worlds were also successfully condensed. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully cultivated the 3,000 summer worlds. With a single palm strike, he unleashed the power of 3,000 summer worlds. When an enemy's attack landed on him, it would have to pass through 3,000 summer worlds before it could land on him. Jun Xiaoyao had successfully mastered the most powerful physique refinement method recorded in the Book of Physique. But why do I feel like this is just a starting point, a beginning? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. The 3,000 cells in his body had transformed into 3,000 summer worlds. However, the human body had 40 to 60 trillion cells. If he could cultivate them all into summer worlds, even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but gasp at the thought. Just the 3,000 summer worlds were already so terrifying. If one could really cultivate to that level, the human body itself would be an unimaginably powerful universe, right? At that time, with a single finger, the heavens would collapse and all Taoists would sink. A single force could break all techniques. Of course, this was only Jun Xiaoyao's guess. Moreover, just cultivating the 3,000 summer worlds would consume such a vast amount of world energy. If one really wanted to cultivate every cell in the human body into a summer world, the amount of resources that would be required was simply unimaginable. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao only kept this idea in his heart. At this moment, in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe, there was a sound that could split heaven and earth. That was Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. It had finally transformed from a microscopic world into a minor kiliocosm. A minor kiliocosm was more than 1,000 times larger than a microscopic world. All kinds of celestial bodies moved within it, and the world energy flowed. The immortal source ancestral vein and the foreign dragon vein provided the inner universe with a huge amount of world energy. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was full of vitality. At this moment, his cultivation base could no longer be suppressed and began to erupt like a volcano. Jun Xiaoyao didn't suppress it anymore and began to break through. Thunder rumbled, and a terrifying heavenly tribulation descended on this ancient mountain range. However, because it was isolated from the outside world, not many people noticed it. Only Immortal Academy's great elder and the others who were meditating suddenly opened their old eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. This fluctuation came from that ancient land. It's Xiaoyao. Could it be that he is about to break through? Even Immortal Academy's great elder was shocked and astonished. How old was Jun Xiaoyao? At this age, becoming a supreme being was already an absolute monster. But now it seemed like he was about to break through to Lesser Empyrean. The younger generation really will surpass us in time. Immortal Academy's great elder also shook his head with a bitter smile. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, this group of old men, were simply living like pigs. It was to the extent where he felt that Jun Xiaoyao might be able to surpass him soon. However, Great Elder also rejoiced that Immortal Academy had roped in Jun Xiaoyao and befriended him. In the ancient land of seclusion, the heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. All types of chaotic divine lightning, world-destroying demonic lightning, seven-colored profound lightning, and other things surged, hacking down murderously. It could be said that this type of tribulation was many times more terrifying than the 9 Tao laws, extreme, realm supreme, being tribulation. If it was anyone else, even if it was an extreme realm supreme being who cultivated 9 Tao laws, they would still be in danger of dying after being hacked by this type of heavenly tribulation. However, Jun Xiaoyao was extremely calm, to the extent where he didn't even deliberately resist. He bathed in lightning tribulation just by relying on his flesh. After cultivating the 3,000 summer worlds, Jun Xiaoyao's flesh became more and more terrifying. In addition, the inner universe had already evolved into a small thousand world. The current Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't be measured by his cultivation realm. Soon, the heavenly tribulation passed, not leaving behind the slightest injury for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's aura also began to surge like a geyser. He broke through from Supreme Being to Lesser Empyrean, Early Stage Lesser Empyrean, Mid-Stage Lesser Empyrean, Late Stage Lesser Empyrean, Small Circle of Lesser Empyrean, Great Circle of Lesser Empyrean. Ordinary powerhouses would have to spend a lot of time in the Supreme Being realm to break through a small realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao broke through a large realm in an instant, reaching the peak of Lesser Empyrean. And this was only the realm he showed on the surface. His true strength was definitely not limited to this. To be able to break through a large realm in the 7 realms of the Supreme Being realm, it's not bad, right? Good preparation. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. This was all within his expectations. Although the breakthrough of each small realm in the 7 realms of the Supreme Being realm was comparable to the superposition of the 9 levels of the Sage realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed himself for too long. If he hadn't deliberately limited himself, Jun Xiaoyao would have broken through to Lesser Empyrean long ago. Therefore, this was also a result of good preparation. In the Empyrean realm, one's control of various laws has already reached the point of perfection. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and pieces of laws swam around his fingertips like fish. This was the power of Empyrean. The control of laws was far from what a Supreme Being could compare to. Oh, right, my inner universe. Compared to the breakthrough of realms, Jun Xiaoyao was more curious about the breakthrough of his inner universe. From a microscopic world to a minor kiliocosm, it was a qualitative change. However, it was much more difficult to transform a minor kiliocosm into a medium kiliocosm. It was not something that could be done overnight. This was because 1,000 minor kiliocosms added together were comparable to a medium kiliocosm, and 1,000 medium kiliocosms added together were comparable to a greater kiliocosm. One could imagine that it would take a long time for Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe to transform again. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that in his inner universe, there were 18 energy balls being born in the universe's origin energy. That's a connate god fiend. Jun Xiaoyao was really surprised. He thought of a word. The Eldritch World. Chapter 1191. Jun Xiaoyao was no stranger to the Chaos World. He was a transmigrator. At the beginning of the universe, heaven and earth had not been separated. Everything was chaotic. After that, clear air floated up, turbid air fell, and heaven and earth were separated. Between heaven and earth, 3,000 connate god fiends were born, representing the 3,000 great Daos. And now, Jun Xiaoyao was like a god of creation or an observer, observing his inner universe. Wasn't this similar to the legendary Chaos World? In the beginning, there were also connate god fiends. Of course, that was all. Tao ancestor Hong Jun, demon ancestor Rahu, dragon, phoenix Qilin, and so on could not appear. Connate god fiends represented Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. It had already begun to operate and could spontaneously give birth to living beings. The strength of the living beings in the inner universe was closely related to Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he was the god of the inner universe, a creator. The living beings born in the inner universe could not be far stronger than Jun Xiaoyao. Then, everything would be chaotic. If Jun Xiaoyao was strong enough, for example, in the future, he would truly become Celestial Emperor Jun. Then his inner universe would naturally have the qualifications to give birth to incomparably terrifying living beings. Maybe Tao ancestors and demon ancestors could be born in his inner universe. But that was a matter for the future. 18 balls of energy, which means that there are 18 innate god fiends in the process of nurturing, and the laws that I've comprehended just so happen to be 18. A thought suddenly flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Every connate god fiend represented a law. It seems that in the future, I still have to continue comprehending laws. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, if he really gathered 3,000 laws and gave birth to 3,000 connate god fiends, this in itself was an incomparably terrifying power. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao did not even have to do it himself. With 3,000 connate god fiends, all enemies could be killed. Phew, the harvest this time is really great, but it's not over yet. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled softly. He had condensed 18 laws. He had broken through to the peak lesser, heavenly venerable in one go. The inner universe had evolved into a minor kiliocosm. He had cultivated 3,000 summer worlds to perfection. Jun Xiaoyao's seclusion this time could be said to have gained a lot. His strength soared once again, and there was a qualitative change from before. The transformation of the inner verse alone was enough for Jun Xiaoyao to defeat his past self. But Jun Xiaoyao was still not satisfied. He still had things to do. He took out the drop of blood that had returned to its original state and was as red as agate. The drop of flawless saint blood in the void sky world. It came from the lineage of the divine physique, an unimaginable expert. I'll have to go back to the Huangtian mystic realm and ask Guardian Wu about the origin of this drop of blood. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Then he began to comprehend and refine this drop of blood. Of course, the energy in this drop of blood was too dense. Even Jun Xiaoyao could only refine it bit by bit. His main goal was not to use this drop of blood to temper his body. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend the sacred body phenomenon. The place of seclusion fell silent once again, apart from Immortal Academy's great elder and the others. They vaguely sensed that Jun Xiaoyao might have broken through. No one else knew about it. However, Great Elder and the others guessed that Jun Xiaoyao had broken through to the early stage of Lesser Heavenly Lord. They would never have thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken through to the peak of Lesser Heavenly Lord. Immortal Academy fell into a temporary silence. However, the news of the appearance of Mars in the Huntian mystic realm also attracted a lot of attention. The people on Jun Xiaoyao's side prepared to wait for Jun Xiaoyao to come out of seclusion before telling him about it. After all, this was a great opportunity for the Xianting. If they inherited the resources of the ancient Xianting, it would not be a good thing for the Jun family and Jun Xiaoyao. Especially when Di Haoqian came out, he would definitely be able to obtain the best resources of the ancient Xianting. This was not good news for Jun Xiaoyao. After all, the two of them were already on opposite sides when they were in the void sky world. At this moment, Di Haoqian, who attracted a lot of attention, was still in seclusion in the palace. However, his Dharma body had already quietly arrived in the Huangtian mystic realm. The demon god palace was located in the demon state of the Huangtian mystic realm. It was also an extremely vast spiritual land. Although the Jun family was absolutely worthy of the title of overlord in the Huangtian mystic realm now. However, there were still other forces, sacred grounds, and noble families standing tall. The demon god palace was one of them. There was also another reason why the demon god palace was so famous. Naturally, it was because of the mysterious little demon empress. It was rumored that she was one of the most beautiful women in the Huangtian mystic realm. Her beauty was unparalleled. Many people wanted to see her face, but they never had the chance. The little demon empress was also extremely mysterious. She rarely appeared in front of people. Even when she went to find Jun Xiaoyao, she only possessed Yen Rameng. Di Haoqian's arrival did not alarm anyone. He went deep into the demon god palace alone. He came to a luxurious palace. There was only a large red bed in the palace. The curtains were lowered. A curvy figure was faintly lying in the bed. A languid and charming voice was heard. "It's not polite to come uninvited." Di Haotian smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "I am Di Haotian of the Xianting." It was a simple sentence, but it revealed his identity. It was a terrifying identity that was enough to intimidate most forces in the Nine Heavens mystic realm. "Oh, so you are the ancient Xianting young emperor who has caused a stir in the mystic realm recently. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. What a surprise." The owner of the voice, the little demon empress, referred to herself as I. However, when she talked to Jun Xiaoyao, she referred to herself as I. She even asked Jun Xiaoyao to call her Yao Yao. From this, it could be seen that the little demon empress did treat Jun Xiaoyao differently from others. Di Haoyan naturally did not know about this small matter. Moreover, in his memories, there was nothing about Jun Xiaoyao. "I will be straightforward. I hope that Xianting can cooperate with the Demon God Palace, or I can cooperate with you, Demon Empress." Di Haotian went straight to the point. He had a lifetime of memories, so he knew what kind of power was behind the little demon empress. Cooperating with her would only bring him benefits and no harm. The power behind her, even in the Nine Heavens, was enough to make the other forbidden zones wary. "Oh, the Immortal Court is actually cooperating with a tiny demon god palace? This is truly a surprise for me." The little demon empress seemed to be very surprised. Indeed, the demon god palace was a deterrent in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, compared to the supreme Xianting, the overlord of the mystic realm, it paled in comparison. The two were not on the same level. Di Haotian saw this and chuckled. "Demon Empress, you are too humble. Isn't the demon god palace a toy you created casually? It's like playing house. You are from the Nine Heavens, and there is an unimaginable existence behind you." At this moment, the temperature of the entire palace suddenly dropped. A terrifying pressure appeared, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A wisp of indistinct killing intent locked onto Di Haoyan. The little demon empress tone became as cold as water. "You are investigating me?" "Of course not. I just happened to hear some news. Cooperating with me to deal with the big waves in the future is a win-win strategy for both sides." Di Haotian's expression was still calm. He was smiling, as if he did not feel the killing intent. He was the ancient young emperor of the Xianting, and his status was extraordinary. Even if the little demon empress had a shocking background, at least now, she would not do anything to him. Moreover, he was only here with his Dharma body. It could be said that Di Haotian had calculated everything and was fully prepared. He was very calm. "Sorry, I don't seem to be interested in cooperating with you." The killing intent dissipated. The little demon empress tone was still languid, with a trace of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. "Why, is this young emperor and the Xianting not qualified to cooperate with you?" Di Haoyan frowned slightly. The situation did not seem to be going according to his plan. Logically speaking, the little demon empress should be very happy to cooperate with him and the Xianting, because they were the best partners. Unfortunately, I already have someone in mind. I can only apologize. The little demon empress tone was indifferent. "Oh, could it be?" Di Haoyan's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of someone. "Looks like you are also a smart person." "That's right. I will cooperate with whoever the Huangtian immortal realm belongs to," the little demon empress said lazily. "Jun Xiaoyao." Di Haotian spat out 3 words. Chapter 1192. That's right, it's Jun Xiaoyao. This empress has already decided to work with him. The little demon empress tone carried a trace of laziness and charm. When she mentioned Jun Xiaoyao, her tone was obviously different. Why? Di Haotian was puzzled and confused. This wasn't right. Wasn't she following the script? Working with him should be the most perfect and safest choice. The Jun family was already unstable due to the curse of calamity, and Jun Xiaoyao was provoking enemies everywhere. The Archean royalty and the Holy Spirit bloodline were on bad terms with him. This kind of person wasn't the best partner at all. The little demon empress giggled, then said, "Young emperor, young lady, please enlighten me." "Your Excellency, young emperor, let me give you a kind reminder. With women, don't ask why, because women are such emotional beings. They don't have a reason for doing things. They only do what they want. Also, this empress also likes handsome little puppies." The little demon empress words slightly stunned Di Haoyan. In the future, there would be a great storm. The immortal region and the 9 heavens would all be affected. In the end, the little demon empress chose to work with him so easily. The reason was just because she liked little puppies? Di Haoyan couldn't understand at all. It was the same for Evers now. Could it be that women nowadays only looked at faces? Di Haoyan even wondered if he had been sealed for too long and couldn't keep up with this era that looked at faces. "Demon Empress, this is a big matter. I think you should think about it carefully," Di Haoyan said. "No need. Thinking is very tiring and very sad. It's also not good for the skin." The little demon empress voice was already somewhat cold. Di Haoyan also understood that she was asking him to leave. "All right then. My Xianting door will always be open. I hope you can change your mind." Di Haotian finished speaking and turned to leave. He was also a proud person. Since the little demon empress wasn't willing, he couldn't shamelessly ask for cooperation. This didn't match Di Haotian's identity and style. After leaving the demon god palace, only then did Di Haotian's face completely darken. "Jun Xiaoyao, it's Jun Xiaoyao again. They say that you shouldn't do things more than 3 times, but this isn't the 3rd time. Ever since the Void Sky World, Jun Xiaoyao had been seizing his opportunities. Originally, without Jun Xiaoyao, he could have subdued Evers now. The little demon empress should also be very happy to cooperate with him. But now, all of them were taken by Jun Xiaoyao. Was Jun Xiaoyao the leak, or was he the leak? Most importantly, he had no memories of Jun Xiaoyao. As far as he could remember, Jun Xiaoyao was a non-existent person. Naturally, it would be difficult to target him. Why is it that a person who shouldn't exist has appeared? Could it be that he is not from this world? Di Haotian suddenly had a ridiculous idea in his heart. Even he himself felt that this was too much of a fantasy, and that it was unlikely. As a reincarnator, it was already extremely incredible that he could be reborn. He couldn't imagine how a person who didn't belong to this world suddenly appeared. Was this a confrontation between a reincarnator and a transmigrator? Di Haotian shook his head slightly, feeling that this idea was a bit too far-fetched. Since there was Jade, why would there be Jade? Since there is Di Haotian, why would there be a Jun Xiaoyao? Di Haotian's face was cold, but he wasn't discouraged. Di Haotian's temperament was unusual. Since the little demon empress is blocked, I can only make the next plan. Mars has appeared, and the Forgotten Nation is also about to appear. This is very important to my plan, and it is also related to the unification and rise of the Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao will definitely not come in. The Huntian Immortal Realm was the territory of the Xianting, and the Forgotten Nation also appeared in the Huntian Immortal Realm. Without the permission of the Xianting, it was almost impossible for others to enter the Forgotten Nation. Di Haotian left. He had to start preparing for the next step of the plan, and in the Demon God Palace, behind the curtains of the large red bed, the little demon empress' beautiful figure of Linglong was extremely tempting. Di Haotian, why do I feel like he knows everything? Almost no one knows about my background, and I only told Jun Xiaoyao before. He couldn't have told Di Haotian. Di Haotian suddenly came to me and wanted to cooperate, as if he knows about the power behind me. The little demon empress tone was also filled with confusion. To be honest, She didn't like the feeling of having her background known. But then, the little demon empress said in a self-pitying tone, "Little brother Xiaoyao, I even rejected the cooperation with the Xianting for you. If you still ignore me like that, Yao Yao will be sad." Jun Xiaoyao naturally didn't know about what happened in the Huntian immortal realm. In fact, with Jun Xiaoyao's personality, he didn't care who he cooperated with. For him, only his own strength was real. All the other cooperation and schemes were just empty words. For absolute powerhouses, cooperation was superfluous. Over at the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, Jun Xiaoyao had been using the drop of flawless sacred blood to comprehend the sacred physique after his breakthrough. And the entire Immortal Academy was still peaceful. In the days without Jun Xiaoyao, little Eversnow was very bored. But fortunately, Jiang Luoli was there to accompany her. Also, little Eversnow made a friend. It was Luo Xiangling. Perhaps it was because Luo Xiangling wasn't human to begin with. Therefore, little Eversnow liked her pure and innocent temperament very much. She was willing to get close to her without any resistance. Luo Xiangling was also very fond of this little girl that Jun Xiaoyao brought out from the Void Sky realm. She doted on her a lot. She felt as if she was her and Jun Xiaoyao's daughter. Princess Longji, Yu Chanwan, and Yan Rumeng also couldn't resist this little girl's cuteness. Suddenly, little Eversnow became a little princess-like existence in Jun Xiaoyao's camp. And the Immortal Academy was so peaceful and peaceful. It didn't last for long. A few months later, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the depths of the universe. Then, many powerhouses, old antiques, and living fossils of the immortal realm felt a strange aura. It wasn't the aura of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. That aura, could it be? When that aura spread out, the countless experts and old antiques of the immortal domain all turned their gazes towards the depths of the universe. Above the Nine Heavens, the special aura came from above the Nine Heavens. What's going on? Has the killing formation left by the martial monarch of the void and completely collapsed and lost its effect? An old antique who was familiar with history blurted out in astonishment. In the past, the void end formation was keeping the Nine Heavens forbidden zone in check. Therefore, the chaos that followed didn't result in irreversible consequences. However, if the void end formation collapses, it will lose the last barrier that keeps the Nine Heavens in check. Furthermore, the immortal realm might be facing the most terrifying chaos in its history. Many important figures were deeply worried. The chaos was no less terrifying than the invasion of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Besides, it was a golden age. The chaos it stirred up would only be more terrifying. By then, any immortal realm faction might vanish like a fleeting cloud in front of the chaos. Wait, the void end formation hasn't collapsed yet. The Forbidden Zone hasn't done anything. Could it be that the people of the Forbidden Clan have come to the lower realm? Why would the Forbidden Clan come to the lower realm at a time like this? The Nine Heavens immortal realm fell into an uproar. On the Immortal Academy side, the first elder stood in the sky with his hands behind him. He had a worried look on his face. A storm is approaching. Chapter 1193. It was not a good thing for the immortal forces of the immortal region that the forbidden clans descended, because this was a group of clans from above the Nine Heavens. They were backed by forbidden lands and had a deep foundation. Their strength even surpassed some of the ordinary immortal forces of the immortal region. If they descended to the lower realm, they would only disturb the originally peaceful situation. In the depths of the universe, there were several wells here. These wells were very ancient. They had experienced thousands of tribulations and were indestructible. In other corners of the universe, these wells could be seen occasionally. Each well was as big as a star region. They were so dark that they looked like black holes. This well was called the Well of Heaven Ascension. As the name suggested, this well was connected to the mysterious Nine Heavens. The Nine Heavens and the immortal region did not have the same relationship. They were equal. It was just that the 9 heavens were independent of the immortal region and formed their own world. Therefore, it naturally formed the illusion of standing above the immortal region. Of course, the forbidden lands of the 9 heavens were indeed ancient and terrifying. There was no doubt about that. The Well of Heaven Ascension was not the only portal between the immortal region and the 9 heavens. However, it was the most convenient portal. Ever since the endless heavenly emperor quelled the chaos, the Well of Heaven Ascension was almost abandoned. Because of the endless killing formation, it created a certain restriction on the 9 heavens. But now, in the depths of the immortal region, a Well of Heaven Ascension suddenly started to operate like a black hole. Then, a group of figures with powerful auras appeared. Is this the immortal region? It's just as usual. A middle-aged man smiled faintly. He did not look old. Although it was difficult for cultivators to age, he was definitely not more than a few thousand years old. His cultivation had reached the mystique venerable rank. In the immortal region, he would be an absolute genius. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast. This was the advantage of living in the 9 heavens. On one hand, the 9 heavens rules and spirit energy were different from the immortal region. On the other hand, they could also receive teachings from the forbidden lands. This also caused the forbidden clan's strength and foundation to be extremely shocking. They were even more powerful than some of the clan of the ancients and supreme clans in the immortal region, and they were only the vanguard of the forbidden lands. This showed how terrifying the true forbidden lands were. This time the Yu clan has a mission in the lower realm, said another mystique venerable rank powerhouse. They came from the Yu family, backed by the immortal mausoleum, one of the 10 great life forbidden areas. Of course, I also want to know what kind of person that Jun Xiaoyao who killed my younger brother is. A cold voice rang out. It was a young man with a slender physique. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. His entire body was enveloped in divine splendor, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was like a young god of war. He was a supreme genius of the Yu clan. His name was Yugan. His younger brother was none other than Yu Kuan, who had died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. At first, he did not care about Yu Kuan going to the void heaven world. Because it was only the primordial spirit that entered, there would not be any life-threatening danger. However, no one expected Jun Xiaoyao to destroy Yu Kuan's primordial spirit with just one move. Even his original body, outside the void sky world, had died. This infuriated Yugan. In his eyes, the 9 heavens stood above the celestial realm, exuding an innate loftiness. Mr. Yugan, our main goal this time is not Jun Xiaoyao, but the girl from the Jiang family, someone on the side reminded him. Of course, but I heard that Jiang Luoli is Jun Xiaoyao's partner. If we break them up, a cold smile appeared on Yu Qian's face. Jun Xiaoyao was backed by the Jun family. It was unrealistic for him to want to avenge Yu Kuan and make Jun Xiaoyao pay with his life. At least a forbidden family was not qualified to go against the Jun family, let alone a life forbidden zone. However, the woman who took Jun Xiaoyao away saw his painful expression. This could also be considered as a form of revenge on another level. Not long after the Yu clan arrived in the celestial realm, in another Well of Heaven Ascension, there was also a surge of aura and a group of people appeared. They were the members of the Ji family. One of the beautiful women was Ji Yingying, who had appeared in the void sky world before. Find Jun Xiaoyao and ask for an explanation. Ji Yingying's face was fierce. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to pay with his life, but at least she had to sincerely apologize to Ji Daoyi and comfort his soul in heaven. Then, in another place, another group of people from the forbidden family appeared. It was the Jin family. They were backed by the Saint Spirit Ruins, one of the 10 forbidden zones. As the name suggested, it was a forbidden zone where the immortal Saint Spirit was sleeping. Legend had it that the most terrifying Dark Saint Spirit and the immortal Fire Spirit were sleeping there. There were even rumors that the legendary powerhouse of the Saint Spirit Island Shi Huang, was related to the saint spirit ruins in the nine heavens. I didn't expect the inheritance of ancient chaos to fall into the hands of the son of God of the Jun family. This is a bit troublesome. A powerhouse from the Jin family side. If it were other geniuses, the Jin family would have directly destroyed them. But Jun Xiaoyao's identity was too special. He came from an immortal and powerful family. The Jun family's ancient mystery was not inferior to the Forbidden Zone. To put it bluntly, if the Jun family entered the nine heavens, it would immediately become the 11th Forbidden Zone outside the 10 Forbidden Zones. It could even become a Forbidden Zone. Wherever they went, that place would be a Forbidden Zone. Therefore, this time, the Jin family's people came to the lower realm to test Jun Xiaoyao's attitude. It's very simple. We don't want his life. As long as he is willing to give up the inheritance of ancient chaos and hand over the ancient chaos emperor talisman, then he has nothing to do with the inheritor of ancient chaos. The Jin family's people discussed as they flew through the air. Who would have thought that the three great forbidden families came to the lower realm for the same person? If it was anyone else, this would be a kind of honor. Several days later, over at the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy, Jiang Luoli, who was cultivating, seemed to have vaguely sensed something. The primordial spirit world in her body seemed to be trembling slightly. Is it that aura? Jiang Luoli was ethereal and bright. Her cheeks were smooth, and her eyes were like autumn water. At this moment, she looked into the distance and seemed to have sensed something. A few days ago, she heard someone in the Immortal Academy discussing that the creatures of the nine heavens seemed to have come to the immortal realm. This made Jiang Luoli feel a little uneasy, even if the opportunity she obtained might be related to the nine heavens. However, she didn't want to leave immortal realm. Even more so, didn't want to leave Jun Xiaoyao's side. Meanwhile, right at this time, suddenly, in the boundless cosmos not far from Immortal Academy's Immortal Island, there was a group of figures with extraordinary auras that appeared. "Who are you?" An Immortal Academy guard asked, shouting, "Hum!" Someone in that group released a cold snort. It was immediately as if thunder exploded, heaven and earth shaking. Several Immortal Academy guards directly coughed out blood, seriously injured as they flew out. What is going on? Someone dares to stir up trouble in my Immortal Academy. The entire Immortal Academy immediately erupted into commotion. Many heavenly talents appeared. We came to find someone. Bring her to the nine heavens. Jiang Luoli, come out. An expert from the Yu family shouted coldly. Immortal Academy became restless, and then it erupted into chaos. Nine heavens, it's the people from the forbidden families above the nine heavens. They really did appear, existences backed by mysterious restricted regions. Many Immortal Academy disciples' pupils were trembling. It was different from the void sky realm. These were true creatures of the nine heavens, not void figures or magical bodies that came. What did this represent? Were the nine heavens restricted regions going to make some great movements? Those who came are guests, but you all don't seem to place my Immortal Academy in your eyes. Immortal Academy's great elder appeared. Primal chaos, Tao, sovereigns, cultivation, sweeping out, suppressing the commotion. However, on Yu family's side, every single one of their faces carried a hint of disdain. Ever since they entered the lower realm, they knew that not many powers in immortal domain dared to truly provoke them. It was because provoking them was precisely offending the restricted regions behind them. In the entire immortal domain, the powers that truly dared offend the life-restricted regions were few and far between. At the very least, Nine Heavens Immortal Academy couldn't be counted among them. Chapter 1194. Nine Heavens Immortal Academy was just an academy, even though they had quite a bit of backing and connections. In the end, it was just a place to educate people. Their true strength wasn't at the top. If they really offended a restricted region, not many powers would be willing to stand up for Immortal Academy. At worst, They wouldn't let their own juniors go to Immortal Academy to cultivate. This was also why Immortal Academy's great elder didn't hesitate to put down his face to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao, putting aside Jun family for now. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, if he became a peerless expert in the future, he would at least care about some fate with Immortal Academy. He could protect Immortal Academy. This was enough. This matter has nothing to do with Immortal Academy. You all do not interfere. An elder stepped out from Yu family, unexpectedly also having the cultivation of primal Chaos Dao Sovereign. This left some Immortal Academy disciples shocked. Even in ancient families and unmatched great clans, primal Chaos Dao Sovereigns were definitely old ancestor-level existences. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens taboo families had primal Chaos Dao Sovereigns following them whenever they went down. From this, one could see the background of the taboo families. This made some people feel restraining fear. Just the taboo families alone were already so terrifying. Then, just how powerful was the life-restricted region behind them? Immortal Academy's great elder's face sunk, extremely ugly. This was not putting Immortal Academy in his eyes at all, treating them as nothing. However, Immortal Academy's great elder was indeed conflicted. In the end, Immortal Academy was just an academy, difficult to compete with the families of the Nine Heavens. Right at this time, a voice that was like a warbler leaving a valley sounded, carrying calmness. Great Elder, this matter has nothing to do with Immortal Academy. They came to find me. Jiang Luoli appeared. Her figure was slender, her delicate body tall and graceful, her fine black hair tied into 2 ponytails. Her appearance was beautiful beyond compare, bright eyes and white teeth, like a fairy of heaven and earth, ethereal and intelligent, lovely and moving. Jiang Luoli only retained that type of naivety and innocence when she was at Jun Xiaoyao's side. During these years, her temperament had also been tempered. Right now, facing the taboo families from the Nine Heavens, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, appearing extremely calm. Not bad after all. When Yu family's people saw Jiang Luoli, their eyes shone brightly. They didn't expect that the inheritance of the strongest person in the immortal mausoleum would fall into the hands of such a young girl. Today, follow us back to the Nine Heavens. Among the Yu family's people, a young man with a slender physique stepped forward. It was Yugan. There was a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. This coldness was not directed at Jiang Luoli, but at Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli could naturally sense Yu Qian's coldness. She didn't back down and said, "Are the forbidden clans of the Nine Heavens really that impressive? If Big Brother Xiaoyao wasn't in seclusion, do you think you could still talk like this?" Jiang Luoli's words caused Yugan's expression to darken. "My brother died in the void sky world. I haven't settled the score with Jun Xiaoyao yet. Who's your younger brother?" Jiang Luoli was confused. After all, at that time in the void sky world, he was harassed by the Yu family. Jun Xiaoyao sent out a beam of sword light, killing everyone right away. Therefore, Jiang Luoli really didn't know who his younger brother was. Yugan's face was trembling. His eyes were extremely cold and sharp, shooting out a cold light. His younger brother died tragically at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jiang Luoli asked who his younger brother was with a confused expression. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Could she look down on him anymore? "You don't have the right to take Luo Li away. She's a member of the Jiang family." Another group of people came. It included the geniuses of the Jiang family and the Jun family, as well as Jun Xiaoyao's followers and friends. They were all in Jun Xiaoyao's circle. The one who spoke was an ancient freak of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyan. He had appeared in the immortal ancient world and helped the Jun family. However, Yugan only glanced at him coldly. Then he slammed his palm toward Jiang Tianyan at lightning speed. Jiang Tianyan also instinctively attacked. However, after the attack, Jiang Tianyan spat out blood and retreated. This, all the surrounding Immortal Academy disciples were stunned. No matter what, Jiang Tianyan was an ancient freak of the Jiang family. Although his strength wasn't at the top, he wasn't someone anyone could provoke. However, he was now vomiting blood after being slammed by a forbidden family's genius. 8. At least the power of 8 Tao laws. Some Immortal Academy disciples couldn't help but exclaim. This caused an uproar among the geniuses of Immortal Academy. As everyone knew, in the Supreme Realm, one's strength had a lot to do with the number of laws. A supreme being with 4 laws was enough to crush a supreme being with 2 laws. However, it was also very difficult to condense laws. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who was able to comprehend laws as easily as eating or drinking. Many geniuses could condense 3 or 4 laws in the Supreme Realm, which was already very good. They would directly break through to the next realm. However, now some geniuses noticed it. Yugon actually used 8 laws as soon as he attacked. He was close to the Supreme Realm. No wonder Jiang Tianyan was injured in a single blow. Is this a genius from above the 9 heavens? Isn't he too monstrous? The Forbidden Family's genius alone is close to the Supreme Realm. Wouldn't those supreme princes and outlawed geniuses in the Life Forbidden Zone be even more terrifying? From Yugon's corner, everyone felt the terror of the 9 heavens' strength. No wonder the beings of the 9 heavens looked down on the immortal region. If we also cultivate above the 9 heavens, wouldn't it be much better than cultivating in the immortal region? Many Immortal Academy disciples suddenly thought. However, even if they wanted to go, they weren't qualified. Jiang Luoli was qualified, but she didn't want to go. You've crossed the line. Jiang Luoli's pretty face was as cold as frost. They injured the Jiang family's people and wanted to take her away? I'll only stay by Big Brother Xiaoyao's side. You can give up. At least I won't go with you. Jiang Luoli only felt disgust toward the Yu family. She had obtained an opportunity above the 9 heavens. Logically speaking, even if they came to receive her, they should be polite. However, the Yu family wanted to take her away as if she was a criminal. However, Jiang Luoli also guessed it. This shouldn't be the intention of the Life Forbidden Zone behind the Yu family. It was the Yu family's attitude. The reason was simple. Wasn't it just because Jun Xiaoyao killed some Yu family members? Did the Yu family feel unhappy? Also, Yugon only had this attitude because of his younger brother's matter. Jun Xiaoyao, where is he? Tell him to come out. When Yugon heard this name, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He wanted to meet the enemy who killed his younger brother. At this moment, another cold female voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao, is it? Our Ji family also wants to meet him. Boom! Another group of people arrived, also carrying an ethereal aura from above the 9 heavens. The woman in the lead, her jade-like, face cold, arrived here. Another forbidden family. The entire Immortal Academy was in an uproar. Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Chapter 1195. It could be said that at this point in time, the taboo families coming to the lower realm was definitely very sensitive and would attract the attention of the 8 forces. To a certain extent, these taboo families represented the attitude of the forbidden zones behind them. That was why these taboo families could be so arrogant and unscrupulous. Previously, the Yu family appeared. Although they came for Jiang Luoli, they also targeted Jun Xiaoyao. Now, the Ji family appeared again and targeted Jun Xiaoyao. No wonder someone gave the Jun family's son of God the nickname of the king of troublemakers. It's really a good image. But what kind of enmity does the Ji family have with the Jun family's son of God? Many people were confused. Jun Xiaoyao seriously injured our Ji family's genius, Ji Daoi, in the world of the divine ruins. That was why Brother Daoi was killed by the foreign realm. Today, we are here to seek an explanation. Ji Yingying's voice was trembling. She and Ji Daoi were childhood sweethearts. Ji Dawi once told her that his opportunity was not in the 9 heavens, but in the immortal realm. When he returned with success, he would marry her. Who would have thought that they would be separated forever? However, when they heard Ji Yingying's words, many disciples of the Immortal Academy were a little speechless. This woman's brain circuit was indeed a little strange. How could this be blamed on Jun Xiaoyao? Then Jun Xiaoyao had injured many people. Wouldn't Jun Xiaoyao be blamed for everyone who died later? I seriously suspect that this woman's brain is damaged. What does this have to do with the Son of God? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Ji Dawi for being too weak. Who else can you blame for dying in the hands of the foreign realm? That's right. Didn't you see that even the immortal sect didn't dare to pursue the Jun family's son of God's responsibility? Although the Ji family is a taboo family in the 9 heavens, they don't have the right to go against the Jun family, right? Some disciples of the Immortal Academy whispered to each other. Of course, they were all communicating secretly with their divine thoughts. After all, behind Ji Yingying stood the taboo family. No one dared to mock her in front of her. However, everyone understood tacitly and felt that this woman was a little retarded. He seemed to have sensed everyone's mocking gazes. Even Ji Yingying's face was slightly red from embarrassment, but she was still strong. After all, she came from the 9 heavens and had the Forbidden Clan and the Forbidden Land behind her. All the forces in the immortal realm had to give her face. However, the others were afraid of her. Jiang Luoli was not afraid. When she heard Ji Yingying's words, she almost laughed out of anger. Woman, your way of thinking is really weird. Then I'll slap you right now. When you go back, you'll suffer from cultivation deviation and be struck to death by lightning. Then the Ji family will also want to settle the score with me, saying that I killed you. Jiang Luoli's eloquence was not bad to begin with. In addition, she had always been the apple of the Jiang family's eye. Ever since he was young, he had never lost an argument. Now, how could she let her big brother Xiaoyao be bullied by this brainless woman? You! Ji Yingying was so angry that her face turned pale. Jiang Luoli's words were sharp and vicious. She couldn't help but want to attack. At this moment, Yu Qian frowned and said, "Everyone from the Ji family, this woman is related to the immortal mausoleum behind my family. Don't bicker with her." Yu Qian's words made Ji Yingying sober up a little. She came here to seek justice from Jun Xiaoyao, not to quarrel with unrelated people. "All right, let Jun Xiaoyao come out," Yu Qian said indifferently. "You have no right to say such words." Yu stood out and said coldly. "Oh." Yu Qian threw out another palm. When Yu saw this, he was already prepared and drew his bow. The power of laws gathered, turning into 9 arrows and shooting out, just like Yi Shen, who shot down the sun. With a loud bang, he was forced back a few steps, his expression still cold. Interesting. You can take my palm. Seems like you're one of the strongest geniuses of Immortal Academy. Yu Qian said with his hands behind his back, a faint aura spreading. "I'm just young Master Xiaoyao's follower," Yu said coldly. Yu Qian's expression immediately froze. This was awkward. In his eyes, Yu was not weak and qualified to exchange blows with him and be his opponent. However, such a genius was just Jun Xiaoyao's follower? Then how strong is Jun Xiaoyao? Yu Qian's expression changed. Just as the situation was in a stalemate, another voice was heard. "Where's Jun Xiaoyao? Let him come out." Another group of people arrived, also carrying the aura of a creature from the 9 heavens. The Forbidden family with the Saint Spirit ruins behind them, the Jin family appeared. Hiss! Countless gasps could be heard from all directions. Many people stood there in a daze, their expressions a little stupefied. The Forbidden family that had attracted everyone's attention came down to the lower realm. They actually came for Jun Xiaoyao. Seems like the Son of God is not only stirring up clouds and rain in the immortal realm, even the 9 heavens are moving because of him. Many geniuses couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, if it was anyone else, they really wouldn't have the qualifications to make the three great forbidden families come down. Jun Xiaoyao was probably the only one capable of such a feat this time. Even Immortal Academy's great elder's expression couldn't help but change. Those were the three great forbidden families. It meant that there were three ancient forbidden families behind them. Forget about the 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. If it was any other undying power, they wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pressure. Apart from the Xian Ting underworld, Jun family, and a few other overlord-level powers, not many powers could withstand this kind of situation. Our three great forbidden families have all appeared, but Jun Xiaoyao doesn't plan to come out and meet us. Is he not putting us and the forbidden families behind us in his eyes? Yu Qian began to pull a tiger skin to put pressure on Immortal Academy. Immortal Academy's great elder's expression was gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, a clear and cold voice carrying a wave of emperors might resound it. Xiaoyao is cultivating in seclusion. Who dares to disturb him? Following this queen-like, mature sister's voice, a peerlessly beautiful woman in a plain long dress with azure long hair appeared. That snow-white, peerless face seemed to make the world lose its brilliance. All the brilliance was reflected on her body. Apart from Luo Xiangling, who else could it be? In front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was nothing more than a gentle little girl. However, at this moment, facing the three great forbidden families' attack on Jun Xiaoyao, she fully displayed the domineering aura of a queen. Handsome. Even Jiang Luoli's big eyes were shining with envy. She also hoped that there would be a day when she would have such strength and be able to stand up for her beloved. Boundary Emperor Yu Qian, Jianying, and the others' expressions changed slightly. When someone of this level appeared, no one could remain calm. Beside Luo Xiangling, a small head popped out. She was wearing a small white dress. Her silver hair was soft and smooth, and her skin was pink and tender. Her facial features were exquisite and cute, like a porcelain doll. Who else could it be but little Evers now? Are you bad people who came to disturb Daddy? Little Eversnow's big eyes also revealed a vigilant look. However, some of the experts from the three great clans were a little surprised when they saw little Eversnow. They vaguely sensed a trace of a special aura. However, it was also vague, as if it was an illusion, before they could investigate carefully. On the other side, Fufing of Gojoseon also appeared, also releasing the aura of a boundary emperor. 2 boundary emperors appeared immediately to protect Jun Xiaoyao. Even the 3 forbidden clans had a grave expression on their faces. Even in the 9 heavens, boundary emperors were the most powerful, and in the forbidden families they were supreme ancestors. However, now 2 of them appeared at once. Were boundary emperors so worthless? However, the 3 great forbidden families clearly came prepared. The Yu family brought out a stone statue, and the Ji family brought out a painting scroll. They both emitted a faint emperor's might. Clearly, this was the work of a true emperor. It was a method they used to intimidate after descending to the lower realm. In an instant, everyone could feel the strong smell of gunpowder. Many Immortal Academy disciples were a little nervous. Could it be that a great conflict would erupt today, just as the atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring? Suddenly, in the depths of Immortal Academy, a rumbling sound rang out. Multicolored light shot out in thousands of streaks. A transcendent figure came from the hazy chaos, as if he walked out from the ancient universe when heaven and earth were created. His elegant demeanor was exceptional. I didn't expect that an esteemed guest from the 9 heavens would come. This June is a little overwhelmed by the favor. This voice carried a light laugh, but also a kind of mockery. It was a kind of careless contempt and disdain. The main character is here. Chapter 1196. Jun Xiaoyao's figure was slender and otherworldly. His white clothes fluttered without wind. After the initial divine splendor dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was restrained, and he looked ethereal and simple. However, he always gave people an indescribable feeling. It was as if the place where Jun Xiaoyao stood was the center of the universe. It was a very strange feeling. Naturally, they didn't know that this was a special feeling that Jun Xiaoyao emitted after cultivating a small world. This feeling could be described with a word: the Lord of the World. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao could now be called the Lord of a small world. That was why he gave people a feeling that he was the ruler of the world. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was like a stabilizing force, calming down everyone from the Immortal Academy who had been feeling rather uneasy. Even the great elder of Immortal Academy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if as long as Jun Xiaoyao appeared, all problems would no longer be a problem. There were also people who were curious about how far Jun Xiaoyao had reached after cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. Did he make a breakthrough? However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to, even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to see through him. After all, as a fateless one with a sky-stealing, sun-swapping technique, there weren't many people who could see through Jun Xiaoyao. Even Di Haotian's silver eyes of illusion breaker couldn't see through him. Jun Xiaoyao first glanced at Zhang Tianyan, who still had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a drop of spring water from the spring of life fell into Zhang Tianyan's hand. Zhang Tianyan was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, young master." Don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao also had another identity. He was the young master of the Zhang family. Hiss this generosity. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding people twitched. That was the spring of life, a rare divine object of heaven and earth. A drop of spring water was comparable to a divine pill, but Jun Xiaoyao gave it away so casually. "Daddy." Little Evers now was overjoyed. She threw herself into Jun Xiaoyao's arms and rubbed her little head against Jun Xiaoyao's chest. She was like a spoiled kitten. "Big brother Xiaoyao, you've finally come out." Jiang Luoli was also delighted. Luo Xiangling also came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. There were also his followers, friends, the geniuses of the Jun family and the Zhang family, and so on. It could be said that in this circle, Jun Xiaoyao was the absolute backbone. As long as he was there, everyone's heart could calm down. Meanwhile, the people from the three great taboo families were left to the side. Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to care about their identities and backgrounds at all. "Jun Xiaoyao, you've finally shown yourself. Stop being a coward." Yu Qian took a step forward as cold lightning flashed in his eyes. "Jun Xiaoyao, how are you going to settle this debt with Brother Dowie?" Ji Yingying also stepped forward. "Jun Xiaoyao, you have the inheritance of the ancient chaos." This made the forbidden zone behind the Jin family a little unhappy. "Of course, you are the son of God of the Jun family. Your identity is different. As long as you are willing to give up the inheritance of the ancient chaos and hand over the ancient chaos imperial talisman, we can let you go." A heavenly venerable powerhouse stepped out from the Jin family. The people from the three great taboo families did not deliberately. However, that innate sense of superiority still leaked out from between the lines. It could be said that among the living beings that Jun Xiaoyao had seen, apart from the Heaven clan, only these living beings of the 9 heavens were so arrogant. Even the living beings of the foreign realm were not arrogant to this extent. They were just warlike and bloodthirsty. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not angry. There was not even a trace of anger on his face. He first looked at Yu Qian and said, "So, what do you want?" Yu Qian sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. He still said, "It's very simple. First, we will take this woman away. She doesn't belong here and you can't protect her." Yu Qian pointed at Jiang Luoli. "I will only stay by Big Brother Xiaoyao's side. I won't go anywhere." Jiang Luoli stubbornly stood beside Jun Xiaoyao. What else? Jun Xiaoyao was still smiling faintly, as if he wanted to negotiate. "Also, you killed my brother, Yu Kuan. Your identity is indeed not ordinary. not to mention paying with your life, but you have to apologize to my brother's spirit in heaven. Also, you need to compensate him. For example, the spring of life you gave before is not bad. Also, you seem to have obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal route in the void sky realm. Yu Qian's words were already very clear. These words made many disciples of the Immortal Academy a bit angry. They were really treating Jun Xiaoyao like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. The geniuses of the Jun family and Jiang family were even more furious. In the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao's identity was incomparably noble. Who dared to demand from him like this? However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. The surroundings became quiet. What about you? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Ji Yingying. Ji Yingying's heart also jumped when she was stared at by Jun Xiaoyao like this. It had to be said that this was the first time she had seen such a handsome man. However, in her mind, when she thought of Ji Daoi's face, her expression immediately became firm. I don't want much. I only want you to sincerely apologize to Big Brother Daoi and comfort his spirit in heaven. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say anything. He didn't ask the Jin family again, because the Jin family had already given him their conditions. They wanted him to give up the ancient chaos inheritance and hand over the ancient chaos imperial talisman at the same time. It seems like you don't understand my character. You only heard some of my deeds. Also, your attitude, apart from the fact that you have the Forbidden Clan backing you, is because you think that the Jun family is under the curse of calamity and doesn't want to make enemies? Jun Xiaoyao's words exposed the truth. The 3 forbidden clans didn't say anything, but it was obvious that they meant this. If the Jun family wasn't under the curse of calamity, they might be a little more restrained. However, what you said is indeed correct. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, slightly out of character. This surprised the disciples of the 4 Directions Immortal Academy. Was this still the domineering son of God of the Jun family? Sigh, it seems that even you have a time when you have to admit defeat. In the distance, the son of truth of the Guilin sect stood in the void and shook his head with a smile. Back then, when I retreated in the face of the Heaven Clan, many people secretly mocked me. Now, aren't you the same, Jun Xiaoyao? On the other side, Huang Niadao also watched from afar and said to himself coldly. However, before everyone could be surprised, Jun Xiaoyao continued, I'm very sorry. I was wrong. My mistake was that first, I should have let you brothers reunite and not be separated by life and death. Second, I'm also very sorry about Ji Daoi's death. You were so loyal to him. I should have thought of a way to send you to meet him. Third, as the successor of ancient chaos, I'm very sorry. 3 sentences, 3 apologies. Everyone was silent. At this moment, everyone felt that something was wrong. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't such a person. Yu Gan and the others' hearts skipped a beat. An extreme sense of danger rose in their hearts. In the next moment, they saw the white-robed figure appear in front of them. I'm very merciful. I'll let you brothers reunite. Jun Xiaoyao still had a smile on his face. He casually slapped down with his palm. The power of 3,000 Sumeru worlds surged. He didn't need to use any techniques. A single palm strike was the most terrifying move, breaking all techniques with brute force. Yugan finally realized that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't apologetic at all. He was just ridiculing him. How dare you? Jun Xiaoyao, do you really think that I'm on the same level as those geniuses of the immortal region? Yugan roared angrily and unleashed his cultivation. As a young expert close to the supreme stage, his strength had indeed surpassed the geniuses of the immortal region. However, Puchi, the sound of a watermelon exploding rang out. Yugan's primordial spirit and physical body were smashed into pieces. He couldn't resist at all. The geniuses of the Forbidden Clan had fallen. And I'll fulfill your wish and send you to meet Ji Daoi. Jun Xiaoyao countered with a palm strike launching another attack at Ji Yingying at lightning speed. No. Ji Yingying only spat out one word before her delicate body was smashed into meat paste. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Her primordial spirit was directly destroyed. There was no chance of her escaping. And you guys, Jun Xiaoyao deliberately used ancient chaos's technique, the chaotic sky secret technique cross starfield. He attacked the Jin family's heavenly venerate. I'm a heavenly venerate. The Jin family's heavenly venerate roared angrily. He wasn't considered a member of the younger generation. His strength was extraordinary. However, the result was the same. His body was cut into 4 pieces by the cross starfield. His primordial spirit was also destroyed. 3 moves. 3 people died. This is my answer to you. Chapter 1197. A cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire 9 Heavens Immortal Academy. Jun Xiaoyao's sleeves fluttered, his white robe fluttered, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He stood tall in the vast universe. His eyes were indifferent, looking down on the past and present, domineering, swift and decisive. 9 heavens, forbidden areas, forbidden families. In his eyes, they were worse than dog sh*t. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm not deliberately targeting any forbidden areas. I'm saying that the 3 forbidden families are all trash. Does anyone have any objections? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and said casually. He wasn't deliberately targeting them, nor was he deliberately insulting them. Naturally, he said something that he thought was only natural. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was dead silent. The entire 9 Heavens Immortal Academy was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not to mention Immortal Academy side. The people of the 3 great families were all dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, the people of the Yu family were the first to fly into a rage. Because Yu Qian was a core genius of the Yu family, but he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao with a single palm. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? No one can save you. A grand, heavenly, venerable expert of the Yu family was so angry that his head was muddled. He didn't care about Jun Xiaoyao's identity anymore. He threw out a punch and was about to kill him. However, before Immortal Academy's Grand Elder and the others could make a move, Jun Xiaoyao was the first to make a move. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he also threw out a punch. The power of 3,000 worlds combined with the divine demon Ant Clan's heaven-splitting fist. It was also supported by the law of strength. This punch was the embodiment of power. Is the Jun family's son of God crazy? Many Immortal Academy disciples subconsciously exclaimed. Before, Jun Xiaoyao was only a supreme. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defy the heavens when facing a grand, heavenly, venerable expert. No, the Jun family's son of God broke through to the lesser, heavenly, venerable level. No, not only lesser, heavenly, venerable. This is the peak lesser, heavenly, venerable level, close to the greater, heavenly, venerable level. Everyone was shocked. Countless Immortal Academy disciples' eyes widened. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and their pupils were trembling. In a single seclusion, he had directly broken through from sovereign to complete lesser, heavenly, venerable, and in such a short period of time. Forget about those Immortal Academy disciples. Even Immortal Academy's great elder was stupefied. What kind of cheat is this? How is that possible? However, even a lesser heavenly venerate is fundamentally different from a greater heavenly venerate. In the distance, the Son of Truth was shocked, but he quickly consoled himself. But in the next moment, the cold reality was like a ruthless slap to the child of Truth's face. Boom! Their fists collided. Jun Xiaoyao's punch pierced through the void and shattered the heavens. The great stars in the universe were shaking, trembling, and falling down, forming a meteor shower. After a single punch, he was reduced to ashes. The Yu family's Grand Empyrean no longer existed. Dead silence. This was a complete and utter silence, killing a Grand Empyrean with one punch. Even an expert of the same level would not be able to do it so cleanly. The pinnacle state. Could it be that the June family's son of God broke through to lesser, heavenly venerable from the pinnacle state? That's right, this is the only possibility. Only by stepping into the pinnacle state can one have such overwhelming power. The Immortal Academy disciples couldn't help but exclaim. But to be honest, their imaginations were somewhat limited, because in their eyes the pinnacle state of 9 Tao laws was the peak, the most perfect state. However, Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly. What was an anomaly? If it could be imagined by everyone, then it was not an anomaly. Only Luo Xiangling, Great Elder, and the other quasi-emperors and Tao masters vaguely sensed it. Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying combat strength did not seem to be limited to the power of the pinnacle state. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. Jun Xiaoyao, you're too presumptuous. Today, we'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Jun family's ancestors, an ignorant junior. The experts of the 3 families shouted angrily and summoned their trump cards at the same time. The Yu family summoned a stone statue. The stone statue shone, emitting emperor's might. Vaguely, a blurry figure appeared. This stone statue was integrated with a wisp of the great emperor's spiritual aura. The Ji family also summoned the painting from before. The painting unfolded and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared, as if it could suppress heaven and earth and the universe. This was definitely the work of the great emperor. It was an immortal painting left behind by the great emperor himself. The Jin family summoned a token, which was also filled with emperor's might, and a blurry emperor's shadow appeared. It could be said that as a forbidden family in the 9 heavens, their foundation was extremely deep. Any supreme treasure that was stained with the emperor's aura would be able to intimidate everyone in all directions. Luo Xiangling and Fufing of Gojoseon, the 2 quasi-emperors, saw this and wanted to help Jun Xiaoyao resist. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. He waved his hand, indicating for the others not to make such a fuss. Then, Jun Xiaoyao also summoned a talisman. However, this attracted the sneers of the 3 great forbidden families. You want to block the emperor's supreme treasures of our 3 clans with a random talisman? The people of the 3 great forbidden families were disdainful. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head. Didn't you see clearly whose talisman it is? The people of the 3 great forbidden families were stunned. The other disciples of Immortal Academy also looked over. There were only 2 lines of words on it. A gentleman's order. No regrets in life. That's the white-robed divine king's talisman. Some people cried out. The talisman that Jun Wuhui gave to Jun Xiaoyao bloomed with thousands of streaks of brilliance. Vaguely, a hazy white-robed figure appeared, sitting in the center of the vast universe. A vast pressure swept through heaven and earth. That was an aura of supremacy, one that could laugh at the world. In front of this majestic aura, even emperor's might was just that. It's the white-robed divine king, the hero of our immortal domain. Lord Divine King, in the battle against a foreign calamity other than Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Wuhui was undoubtedly an unparalleled hero. Jun Xiaoyao had at least borrowed the power of the divine spirit body. However, Jun Wuhui had forcibly transformed from the divine king physique to the absolute beginning divine king physique. He was a fierce person who fought against the ultimate calamity with his own strength. After that, there were even more experts who speculated. If Jun Wuhui had verified his Tao, he would be incomparably terrifying. He might become one of the strongest emperors in history. He might even be able to enter the emperor rankings. The so-called emperor rankings was the ranking of the strongest emperors in the immortal domain. It could be said that as long as one could enter the emperor rankings, they would be a legend. Ancient chaos, demon god, no end, heaven abandoning. These former emperors had all entered the emperor rankings. Some great figures speculated that Jun Wuhui could enter the emperor rankings. This was already the highest praise. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao took out Jun Wuhui's talisman and released endless brilliance. That figure was hazy, only a corner of his white clothes fluttering in the wind. I can feel that Father's aura has become stronger. Through this talisman, Jun Xiaoyao could vaguely sense Jun Wuhui's condition. He was looking forward to Jun Wuhui's return. At that time, father and son would be united. What 9 heavens? What forbidden lands? Overturn them all. The Jun clan is unparalleled in the world. Boom! The white-robed divine king's phantom directly suppressed the 3 great forbidden family's treasures until they trembled and then vibrated. Finally, with a loud bang, they collapsed. This was also normal. There were strong and weak emperors too. These 3 treasures were just stained with emperor's aura. As for Jun Wuhui, he was an existence who had truly killed the foreign immortal king and fought against the ultimate calamity head-on. Ordinary emperors were not qualified to confront Jun Wuhui. As the 3 treasures exploded, the people of the 3 great forbidden families were sent flying while vomiting blood. Stop, stop! That group of people from the forbidden clan, who had always been high and mighty, finally trembled. They lowered their prideful heads, wanting Jun Xiaoyao to stop. The Jun family's son of God won't be too ruthless, right? Yeah, after all, he has already killed some people of the forbidden families. If all of them are wiped out, it will attract the attention of the 3 great forbidden lands. Even the Jun family will be under a lot of pressure, right? Many disciples of Immortal Academy in the surroundings were pondering. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still indifferent. The hearts of the people of the 3 great forbidden families suddenly turned cold and sank to the bottom. Jun Xiaoyao, you don't really dare to... Before the people of the forbidden families could finish their words, the powerful aura of a godly emperor crushed the people of the 3 forbidden clans into pieces and turned them into a bloody mist. Between heaven and earth, there was only a rain of blood drifting down. The 3 great forbidden families came to the lower realm, but in the end they were all wiped out. Not a single one was left alive. The entire Immortal Academy fell into an unprecedented silence. Even the son of truth, Huang Yadao, and the others who were extremely displeased with Jun Xiaoyao were dumbfounded. Was he really that stubborn? Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids didn't even move from the beginning to the end. What a farce! Everyone disperse. Jun Xiaoyao put away the talisman, turned around, waved his sleeves, and left with his hands behind his back. He didn't deliberately put on an act, but it always gave people the feeling that he was pretending. A group of dumbfounded, stunned, and petrified disciples of Immortal Academy were left. What a farce! Little did they know that this farce was enough to shake the immortal realm and the 9 heavens. Only then did they understand. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, even the 9 heavens had to bow their heads. Chapter 1198. Today, everyone from Immortal Academy widened their horizons. As the vanguard of the 9 heavens, the Forbidden Clan could be said to represent the 9 heavens. But now, they were mercilessly wiped out by Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that if it were anyone else, even if they had the ability to wipe out the Forbidden Clan, they wouldn't be so ruthless. After all, many people knew that the future chaos would start from the Forbidden Clan. Offending the Forbidden Clan now and becoming a thorn in their side was obviously not a wise choice. However, Jun Xiaoyao did it without hesitation or regret. It's good to have a powerful background. You can do anything without any worries. When can I be like the Son of God, looking down on the 9 heavens and the Forbidden Clan? Some Immortal Academy disciple sighed. That's not right. Could it be that the curse of calamity doesn't affect the Jun family at all? That shouldn't be the case. There were also many people who were puzzled. They couldn't figure out the Jun family's background. In the distance, the Son of Truth silently glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. He's only a lesser heavenly venerable, but he can kill ordinary greater heavenly venerables. Moreover, he has reached the pinnacle. The strength that Jun Xiaoyao displayed made the Son of Truth speechless. Then he silently left. If he didn't have any other methods, he wouldn't be Jun Xiaoyao's opponent at all. On the other side, Huang Niadao's expression was also cold. He left without saying a word. As the son of the ancient emperor, he was extremely confident in his talent and bloodline. He was very proud. However, this confidence and pride were shattered in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It even seemed so laughable. He needed to use all kinds of methods to make himself stronger. Otherwise, forget about dealing with Jun Xiaoyao. He wouldn't even be qualified to be his opponent. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough this time had really intimidated a portion of the clowns. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. In the distance, Ji Qingyi, who was dressed in green and wearing a veil, had been watching everything. He knows. Ji Qingyi's limpid eyes looked at Jun Xiaoyao's back. She felt that Jun Xiaoyao should have guessed who killed Ji Daoyi. Strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao was helping Ji Qingyi take the blame. After all, it was Ji Qingyi who had killed Ji Daoyi, yet Ji Yingying had shifted all her anger onto Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, Ji Qingyi only said that Ji Daoyi was killed by foreign creatures. He did not deliberately slander Jun Xiaoyao. That was because she had long known that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone she could afford to offend. Ji Qingyi even felt that Jun Xiaoyao had seen through all of her little schemes. However, Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to expose or explain. To him, one more or one less Ji clan didn't matter at all. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would just kill them directly. There was no need to explain so much. Jun Xiaoyao, does Qingyi owe you a favor? Ji Qingyi muttered to herself. She subconsciously reached out and touched her face through her veil. There was still a mark left behind by Jun Xiaoyao. That was a warning. It warned her not to get too excited. He has such great talent and strength, yet he also has such deep wisdom. He is truly a person who will make others of his generation despair. Even someone as scheming as Ji Qingyi could only sigh when facing Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Jiang Luoli and the others had also caught up to Jun Xiaoyao. Their eyes were shining brightly, and they were filled with infatuation and adoration. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's domineering performance was indeed stunning. Immortal Academy had gained another group of Jun Xiaoyao's little fans. Jiang Luoli was even more elated. She could no longer hide the hearts in her large eyes, because this was her man. Everyone, I hope that you can all make your preparations. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said to the people around him. Everyone listened attentively. This is not the end, but the beginning. The creatures of the 9 heavens should be moving about the immortal domain more frequently in the future. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the surrounding people nod slightly. It was indeed not bad. The destruction of the 3 great families this time was only the beginning. There was no way the forbidden families of the 9 heavens would not come to the immortal domain because of fear. Of course, there is no need to be overly apprehensive. Cultivate well. I will bear all the storms alone. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. However, it was like a reassuring pill, making the Jun family, Jiang family followers, and many people related to Jun Xiaoyao feel extremely calm and secure. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be true creatures of the forbidden regions descending soon. Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. What? The surrounding people were all shocked. True creatures of the forbidden regions were about to descend? Jun Xiaoyao looked towards Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli naturally knew what he meant. If her inheritance was really that important, then the immortal mausoleum would probably personally send someone over. After that, the situation was indeed not out of Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. This time, the destruction of the 3 great forbidden families had indeed set off a huge storm in the entire immortal domain. Many immortal forces were surprised that Jun Xiaoyao could be so stubborn. Or could it be that the Jun family did not even take the forbidden regions of the 9 heavens seriously? The 9 heavens were also shocked. Many forbidden families were angry. It was not that they had a good relationship with the three great families. It was that the forbidden families were bound together for good or ill. Jun Xiaoyao casually killed the members of the forbidden families. Didn't that mean that he did not take the other forbidden families seriously? The feeling of being high and mighty was gone. The various forces of the immortal domain were watching the show, waiting for the 9 heavens to make a big move. Not long after, shocking news spread out. Some cultivators saw a hazy fairy walking out of the well of heaven ascension, heading in the direction of the 9 heavens immortal academy. This was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the immortal domain. Many people thought that with such a transcendent aura, she was definitely not from the forbidden families. It was very likely that she was a true creature of the forbidden regions. This undoubtedly set off a huge storm. The true creature of the forbidden regions had appeared. Many people were paying attention, and many people were a little nervous. Above the 9 heavens, the mysterious forbidden regions carried endless ancient legends. Although there were terrifying existences hibernating in the forbidden regions. However, not all of the forbidden zones were the culprits behind the unrest. Some forbidden regions always remained aloof from worldly affairs, not participating in the chaos. Of course, they did not stop the chaos. Many people were guessing the identity and background of that fairy. Many people even turned their eyes to the 9 heavens immortal academy. On the side of immortal academy, a fairy walked over from the universe, carrying a transcendent aura. Many immortal academy disciples were alarmed, and many elders appeared. Did the creature of the forbidden regions come to settle the score this time? Many people were nervous. However, the fairy in the hazy rain of light spoke, her voice as pleasant as the sound of nature. I am Yun Tian Sound from the immortal mausoleum. I hope to meet young Master Jun. The fairy named Yun Tian Sound spoke, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. As expected, she came from a true forbidden region, not someone from the forbidden families. Immortal Mausoleum, that is one of the 10 great forbidden regions, rumored to have a true immortal's inheritance. There are even rumors that the immortal mausoleum is a true immortal's descendant, a forbidden region established in the 9 heavens. Fairy Tian Sound announced her background, causing great waves in all directions. Many cultivators were shocked. This was a true great background, the forbidden region behind her, rumored to be inextricably linked to immortals. Otherwise, why would it be called the Immortal Mausoleum? However, what surprised everyone was that Fairy Tian Sound's tone did not seem to carry too much hostility. She did not come because of the Yu family's condemnation. Chapter 1199. In the universe, a rain of light scattered down. Divine multicolored light, tens of thousands of streaks. Fairy Tianmei's hazy figure was among them, truly like a fairy who descended from the heavens. And this was indeed the truth. She came from the 9 heavens, from the immortal mausoleum, her identity extremely extraordinary. She was like a fairy who descended to the world, arriving at the 9 heavens immortal academy. However, it was different from the arrival of the 3 great forbidden families. Fairy Tianmei's expression was aloof and calm. There was not the slightest bit of hostility or arrogance. She was also not like the previous forbidden families, arrogant and unbridled. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded from Immortal Academy. The fairy from the restricted region has come. Welcome. Jun Xiaoyao and the others appeared. He was dressed in white, aloof and otherworldly. His appearance was unparalleled in the world, and his temperament was eternal and otherworldly. It made Fairy Tianmei's eyes light up slightly. It could be said that there weren't many people like this in the 9 heavens. Even those sealed children of the restricted regions, the heirs of unmatched old monsters, the sleeping ancient emperors and others, there weren't many who could reach Jun Xiaoyao's temperament. It was to the extent where, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, Fairy Tianmei felt that she didn't seem that otherworldly. Immortal Domain June Families, Son of God, I've heard of your name for a long time. Seeing you today, it is, as the rumors say, you really are an immortal. Fairy Tianmei smiled slightly, revealing her sparkling white teeth. Exceptionally beautiful. Beside Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's large eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Could it be that this was another woman who was going to fall for Jun Xiaoyao's charm? Not at all. Fairy Tianmei is the one who is like an immortal. Those who come are guests. This Jun has always treated people with sincerity. Jun Xiaoyao smiled as well, looking like a gentleman who was as gentle as jade. The disciples of Immortal Academy were all speechless. Treating people with sincerity. Wonderful. If the idiots of the 3 great forbidden families knew about this from the Yellow Springs, they would probably be so angry that they would ascend to the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao knew why Fairy Tianmei came. Therefore, he invited the Heavenly Sound Fairy to have a drink or 2 to discuss in detail. Jiang Luoli also accompanied him. Jun Xiaoyao was such a person. If you let him be decent, he will let you be decent. You don't let him be decent, he will personally teach you what it means to be decent. Thus, the 3 great taboo families were sent away in a dignified manner. Jun Xiaoyao, Fairy Tianmei, and Jiang Luoli arrived at a pavilion in the Blessed Enclave. Young Master Jun, I'll be frank. You should know why I'm here, Tianmei Fairy said with a smile. It can't be because of the Yu family, right? Jun Xiaoyao joked. Young Master, you must be joking. Although the Yu family is a taboo family under our immortal mausoleum, to be honest, they were indeed in the wrong this time around. Fairy Heavenly Sound's tone was indifferent and casual. The forbidden clans seemed to be glorious in the immortal realm and could intimidate everyone. However, in the eyes of the Life Forbidden Zone, they were nothing more than dogs. Indeed, the immortal mausoleum did not care about the deaths of a few members of the forbidden families. It seems that you're here for Luo Li, Jun Xiaoyao said. That's right. If I'm not wrong, she should have the elemental spirit immortal body. In fact, in our immortal mausoleum, there is a cultivation method that belongs to the elemental spirit immortal body, called the elemental spirit immortal scripture. And most importantly, Jiang Luoli should have a world in her body that was left behind by an ancient fairy of our immortal mausoleum. Fairy Tianmei said without any hesitation, because she knew that if she wanted to get Jiang Luoli, she must first get Jun Xiaoyao's approval. As long as Jun Xiaoyao said no, Jiang Luoli would definitely not be willing to go with her to the 9 heavens. I see. The world in Luo Li's body came from an ancient fairy of your immortal mausoleum. Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. Jiang Luoli inherited the orthodoxy of an ancient fairy of the immortal mausoleum. Then, how can I be sure that your immortal mausoleum has good intentions towards Luo Li? After all, you should know the attitude of the Yu family. Jun Xiaoyao said slowly. Jiang Luoli was very obedient at this moment, letting Jun Xiaoyao talk. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao would consider everything for her. Young Master Jun, you must be joking. To be honest, that ancient fairy is from our orthodoxy. If Jiang Luoli goes to the immortal mausoleum, she will become the core cultivator of our orthodoxy, Fairy Tianmei said with a smile, looking peerless. That's also conditional. After all, there's no free lunch in the world. Of course, our only request is that Jiang Luoli can sincerely become a member of our immortal mausoleum in the future, Fairy Tianmei said sincerely. Did your immortal mausoleum also participate in the turmoil of the past? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked, looking straight at Fairy Tianmei. Fairy Tianmei paused, then said, At least our orthodoxy did not. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze and pondered. It seemed that the situation in the immortal mausoleum was not that simple. Perhaps it was like the supreme Xianting, divided into different inheritances and branches. But it was normal. After all, the Forbidden Zone was a colossus. Not to mention a forbidden zone like the immortal mausoleum, which was rumored to be built by the descendants of immortals. Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while. The best thing for Jiang Luoli now was to let her go to the immortal mausoleum to cultivate. Fairy Tianmei saw that Jun Xiaoyao was still thinking and continued. Young Master Jun, what else do you have to worry about? I swear that I will take care of her. In addition, no matter what turmoil occurs in the immortal realm in the future, Jiang Luoli will naturally not be affected by my immortal mausoleum. The heavenly sound fairy was already very sincere. Her attitude and the Yu family's previous attitude were like heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, he did not want to stop Jiang Luoli from going to the immortal mausoleum to accept the opportunity inheritance. After all, this was her path. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jiang Luoli. However, to Jun Xiaoyao's surprise, Jiang Luoli did not say that she was determined to stay. Brother Xiaoyao, I want to go to the immortal mausoleum. Jiang Luoli's tone was firm. Previously, the three great forbidden clans came to visit. She saw Luo Xiangling in the posture of a quasi-emperor, appearing domineeringly to protect Jun Xiaoyao. At that time, Jiang Luoli was very envious. Not only Luo Xiangling, but also Jiang Xingyi, who was also working hard to stand side by side with Jun Xiaoyao and not let him fight alone. In this case, how could Jiang Luoli be willing to only be protected by Jun Xiaoyao? Although it did feel good to be protected, she also wanted to continue on her path and make Jun Xiaoyao look at her in a different light. Okay, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He was very happy to see Jiang Luoli's growth. Then, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Fairy Tianmei. Since Luo Li agrees, then there is nothing else. The only thing is, I hope that Luo Li will not suffer any grievances in the immortal mausoleum, and that nothing bad will happen to her. If there is, Jun Xiaoyao paused and then continued. I will personally go to the 9 heavens and let the immortal mausoleum know what dignity is. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent. Hearing this, Fairy Tianmei's mind also focused. After all, after the destruction of the 3 great forbidden clans, Fairy Tianmei knew Jun Xiaoyao really had no scruples and did not care about the 9 heavens and the forbidden clans at all. He could do such a thing. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao so protective of his wife, Jiang Luoli's love surged in her heart, and she could not help but impulsively, regardless of Fairy Tianmei's presence, offered her lips and kissed Jun Xiaoyao. Fairy Tianmei was slightly embarrassed and looked away, but in her heart there was a trace of envy. There were not many peerless figures like Jun Xiaoyao in the 9 heavens. To be able to become his Tao companion, she must have saved the immortal domain in her previous life. Chapter 1200. Jiang Luoli left with Fairy Tianji. When they parted, Jiang Luoli was naturally reluctant to part. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. A short parting was for a longer time. This scene was also seen by many people. Many people were surprised. Jun Xiaoyao and Immortal Mausoleum's fairy were actually talking so harmoniously. This formed a sharp contrast from before. However, it was also because the restricted region fairy's attitude was polite. Otherwise, regardless of whether he was a man or a woman, Jun Xiaoyao would give him face. This is heading to the 9 heavens, truly reaching the heavens in a single step. Yeah, the cultivation rules and various cultivation environments above the 9 heavens are different from immortal domain. If one can cultivate there, they will definitely improve quickly. Not to mention that Jiang Luoli was even received by Immortal Mausoleum. This is an opportunity that one can't even ask for. Many people revealed looks of envy, wishing that they could replace him. In fact, before they parted, Fairy Tianji had also invited Jun Xiaoyao to go to Immortal Mausoleum. It was to the extent where he could even cultivate in Immortal Mausoleum. But Jun Xiaoyao tactfully refused. Firstly, he still had other things to do in Immortal Domain. Secondly, with Jun Xiaoyao's talent, regardless of whether it was Immortal Domain or the 9 heavens, there was actually no difference. With his talent, even in the Age of Doom, he could corroborate the Tao. With monstrous talent, he was just this willful. Jiang Luoli left. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any disappointed or frustrated expression. He wasn't the kind of person who would indulge in love. In the following period of time, Jun Xiaoyao continued to stay in Immortal Academy, consolidating his cultivation realm. However, the entire immortal domain wasn't calm. The three great taboo families and Fairy Tianji's arrival seemed to have opened a new chapter. At the Well of Heaven Ascension, there would be light surging every few days. Some cultivators discovered that some creatures of the nine heavens began to wander about immortal domain frequently. Then there was another extremely shocking piece of news that spread through immortal domain. Someone saw the beings of the nine heavens heading towards the Holy Spirit Island. Holy Spirit Island's monstrous genius, Little Stone Emperor, was sent away, receiving him into the nine heavens. This attracted the attention of many cultivators. After all, he was the second genius after Jiang Luoli to be led up to the nine heavens. Later, some people came to a realization. It was rumored that the Holy Spirit Island's Emperor of Stone was closely related to the forbidden area above the nine heavens, the Holy Spirit Ruins. Now, the Stone Emperor's son, the Little Stone Emperor, had been brought up to the nine heavens. Without a doubt, they were guided by the Saint Spirit Ruins. Then there was news that Huang Yedao, who was originally in Immortal Academy, was also brought up by the creatures of the nine heavens. There were rumors that this was all thanks to his father, the undying ancient emperor. There were important figures in the nine heavens who were on good terms with the immortal ancient emperor. This caused a group of immortal region geniuses to feel indignant. Having a good father was a good starting point. The Little Stone Emperor was like this, and so was Huang Niadao. Then Immortal Academy's Ji Qingyi was actually also guided away by the creatures of the nine heavens. There were rumors that Ji Qingyi obtained the inheritance of a certain restricted area inheritance and was going to be nurtured as a core genius. Now, there were some immortal domain geniuses who couldn't hold themselves back anymore, their minds moving, wishing to head up to the nine heavens. One could imagine that these geniuses who were guided up to the nine heavens would all have extraordinary opportunities. Their cultivation speeds would far surpass Immortal Domain's geniuses. Of course, this didn't mean that the geniuses who stayed in Immortal Domain were crippled. Being guided up to the nine heavens only meant that they had a bit of advantage. It wasn't a qualitative change. However, just these advantages alone were enough to move some geniuses. After all, they couldn't compare to the most powerful geniuses. They could only think about how to overtake them. This made Immortal Academy's great elder, this old man, sigh endlessly. It was because there were some Immortal Academy disciples who left, wishing to be like Huang Niadao, Ji Qingyi, and the others, guided up by the nine heavens. You all, do you know that the great chaos that previously plunged Immortal Domain's millions and millions into misery and suffering was precisely caused by the nine heavens' restricted areas? Immortal Academy's great elder sighed towards the heavens. There was a type of resentment towards iron for not becoming steel. Some people, for their own benefits, had they ever considered Immortal Domain's greater situation? However, the only thing that left Immortal Academy's great elder gratified was that Jun Xiaoyao had said that Immortal Mausoleum had previously invited him up to the nine heavens as well, but he was too lazy to go. If Immortal Domain had a few more loyal heroes like Jun Xiaoyao, what kind of disturbance couldn't be quelled? Immortal Academy's great elder said with a sigh, this was a true hero of 10,000 generations, a true pillar of talent. However, if Jun Xiaoyao knew about this, he would definitely be speechless. Immortal Academy's great elder was purely imagining things. He was really just too lazy to go, that's all. After all, with his talent, even if he stayed in the most barren place, he could still prove his Tao. Afterwards, there were some Immortal Domain geniuses who were guided up by the nine heavens one after another. If they didn't have connections, then their aptitudes were outstanding. One could imagine that if chaos erupted in the future, not many of these geniuses would contribute to Immortal Domain. After all, they were already bound. This was also one of the plans of the 9 heavens. Immortal Domain itself was like a piece of fertile soil, giving birth to many geniuses, known as immortal seedlings. Then, when the time was right, the 9 heavens would absorb some of Immortal Domain's immortal seedlings and pluck them. This would strengthen the various restricted regions and absorb the living blood. Of course, not all geniuses would be attracted. For example, Xian Ting, June family, Western Paradise sect, and other powers didn't have any geniuses heading to the 9 heavens. There were also some powers that had old grudges with the 9 heavens restricted regions, so they definitely wouldn't let their geniuses head there. Jun Xiaoyao had always stayed in Immortal Academy. During this period of time, he also heard from his followers about the appearance of the Chaos Fiend Star in Chaotic Heaven Immortal Domain. This made Jun Xiaoyao recall the note left behind by Without End Heavenly Emperor. Chaos Fiend Star appeared, Forgotten Land, desolate. It seems like that Chaos Fiend Star is the Chaos Fiend Star, and Forgotten Land should be one of the 7 inconceivable worlds, the Forgotten Country. But the problem is, what does desolate mean? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Forgotten Country. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. Some special places were always easy to activate check-ins. However, Chaotic Heaven Immortal Domain is Xian Ting's territory. Plus, Di Haoqian is very scheming. He definitely won't let me enter the Forgotten Country. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. This was indeed a difficult problem. Jun Xiaoyao definitely had to search for the clues left behind by Without End Heavenly Emperor. Forget it. I'll go back to the Huangtian Immortal Domain first and ask Guardian Wu about which generation of Saint Physique this drop of flawless saint blood in the void sky realm belongs to. After making up his mind, Jun Xiaoyao made some preparations. When he appeared, his body was surrounded by chaotic mist, and his aura was restrained. He looked as usual. After learning that Jun Xiaoyao was going back to the Huangtian Immortal Domain, Luo Xiangling and Little Eversnow both wanted to go with him. Little Eversnow simply wanted to stick to Jun Xiaoyao. Luo Xiangling, on the other hand, was curious about Jun Xiaoyao's family. She wanted to know about Jun Xiaoyao's past. In fact, it was also a little like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Of course, Luo Xiangling wouldn't say this out loud. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. He took Luo Xiangling and Little Eversnow back to the Huangtian Immortal Domain on the Fufeng of Gojoseon. Chapter 1201. Jun Xiaoyao's return to the Jun family in the Huangtian mystic realm undoubtedly caused another stir. After all, the Jun family had received news that Jun Xiaoyao had casually killed people from the 3 forbidden families in the Immortal Academy. No one in the Jun family thought that Jun Xiaoyao had done anything wrong. On the contrary, they thought that Jun Xiaoyao's actions were most in line with the Jun family style. Jun Xiaoyao's prestige in the Jun family had obviously reached a peak again. The fact that Jun Xiaoyao had brought a quasi-emperor back also made everyone in the Jun family very curious. Even the great ancestors of the Jun family showed up to show respect to Luo Xiangling. Luo Xiangling's strength was almost on par with the great ancestors of the Jun family. There was also Little Eversnow, who surprised the great ancestors of the Jun family. Some of the great ancestors were extremely surprised. Little Eversnow was very shy, and she only shrank behind Jun Xiaoyao. Great ancestors, do you see anything? Jun Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Not simple. Xiaoyao, this is your fate. The great ancestors of the Jun family were all experienced and knowledgeable, but they did not say anything. However, if they said that it was not simple, then it was obviously not simple. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. He was now really raising Little Eversnow as his daughter, and was not in a hurry to find out her identity and origin. Jun Xiaoyao's birth mother, Jiang Ro, also showed up and asked about Jun Xiaoyao again. Jiang Ro was stunned when she saw Little Eversnow. Daddy! Little Eversnow grabbed the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's clothes. "Xiaoyao, isn't this too sudden?" Jiang Ro was speechless for a moment, and then she was very happy. Jun Xiaoyao still explained to clear the misunderstanding. "Ah, what a cute little girl." Jiang Ro's maternal instinct was overflowing, and she still liked this little girl very much. "By the way, Xiaoyao, that—" Jiang Ro glanced at Luo Xiangling. Jun Xiaoyao was silent, and he did not know how to explain. Could it be that this was the thigh he was hugging in the other side? "Hello, Auntie." Luo Xiangling's tone was a little shaky, and her beautiful face was slightly red as she spoke to Jiang Ro. Although in terms of age, she was definitely not younger than Jiang Ro. But now, she was really like a little daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law, full of shyness. Jiang Ro was naturally happy as well. She really hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would have more women so that he could have more children. But the premise was that Jun Xiaoyao treated them really well and really liked them. What followed was naturally a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not forget his purpose in coming to the Huangtian mystic realm. He arrived at the Bronze Immortal Palace. At this moment, the Bronze Immortal Palace had become a mobile fortress for the monarch dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao found Wu Hu. Wu, whose physique was robust, his muscles were like metal, his hair was thick, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He looked like a dragon and ferocious tiger. He was like a reincarnated god of war. His golden blood surged and shook the sky. Wu, who could be said to be an absolute upper echelon of the monarch dynasty, a core member. "Jun Xiaoyao, you're here." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, Wu Hu stood up to welcome him. "Senior Wu Hu, it seems that your condition is getting better and better." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He still hadn't forgotten the first time he saw Wu Hu. In the dilapidated, desolate, ancient sacred palace, Wu Hu's hands and feet were shackled, and thick chains pierced through his shoulder blades. On his back was a stone tablet, which was the humiliation left behind by the tyrant body lineage. However, Wu Hu did not give up. He was in the darkness, but his heart was in the light. He had always done his best for the continuation of the sacred body lineage. He even didn't hesitate to use his own blood essence to nourish Ningchen and Xiao Xianxian, wanting the blood of the sacred body to continue flowing. "It's all because of you, Xiaoyao." Wu Hu knew. If it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao, the sacred body lineage would have been destroyed. In this great world, the sacred body lineage would probably no longer have its glory. Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly saved the entire branch of the Saint Physique. "Senior Wu Hu, I'm here this time because I have something to ask you." As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he took out the Heart of Protector that he had obtained from signing in. "This is—" Wu Hu was stunned for a moment. He could feel the terrifying, majestic energy of the Heart of Protector. This Heart of Protector can only be refined by those who truly have the desire to protect the world. If it's refined, it can at least unconditionally raise one's realm below the quasi-emperor realm. "Senior Wu Hu, you're now a godly venerable. You can completely refine it when you cultivate to the Tao Lord realm. In that case, a sacred body of the ancients at the quasi-emperor level will be absolutely terrifying and can even compete with a real emperor." Jun Xiaoyao said. Wu Hu was also stunned for a moment. Then he directly refused. "No, it's too precious. Jun Xiaoyao, you're the hope of the sacred body lineage. It should be left for you to use. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be greedy for such a precious thing. It was even enough to cause brothers to turn against each other." However, Wu Hu directly refused and asked Jun Xiaoyao to keep it for his own use. "Senior Wu Hu, just accept it." "I have my own plans," Jun Xiaoyao said. "I don't deserve it." Wu Hu still refused. He had been indebted to Jun Xiaoyao enough. Jun Xiaoyao had even refined 50 drops of sacred body blood essence to help him break the shackles of the sacred body. Now that he had to give such a precious treasure to him, Wu Hu felt guilty. "Senior Wu Hu, you should know what the duty of the sacred body lineage is." I think the real turmoil is not far away. When that time comes, the world will need a sacred body. Although my cultivation speed is not slow, it's impossible for me to reach the quasi-emperor level in such a short time. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Hu fall silent. Indeed, calming the turmoil was the duty of the sacred body lineage. This is an opportunity, but it's also a responsibility, Jun Xiaoyao said. In the end, Wu Hu accepted it. Jun Xiaoyao in the future, whether it's to protect the imperial court or to quell the turmoil. I, Wu Hu, will not shirk my responsibility. Wu Hu said, a man of character was a man of his word. He meant what he said. By the way, Senior Wu Hu, there's one more thing. Jun Xiaoyao told him about the void sky realm and took out the drop of flawless sacred blood. Seeing this drop of sacred blood, even Wu, whose eyes burst out with divine light, he was very surprised. It seems that Senior Wu Hu knows something, Jun Xiaoyao said. Wu Hu thought for a moment and said, you want to know who the owner of this drop of flawless sacred blood is? That's right, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then do you know who created the desolate ancient temple? Wu Hu asked. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Tracing back to the creation of the desolate ancient temple was too long ago. Could it be that the owner of this drop of flawless sacred blood? Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization. That's right. This most primitive and perfect sacred blood seems to have activated the blood in my body. The only thing I can think of is the legendary founder of the desolate ancient temple, the Desolate Emperor. The strongest sacred body of the desolate in history. Wu Hu said in a solemn tone. The Desolate Emperor, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind as he remembered the clues left by the endless great emperor. Mars appeared, the forgotten land, desolate. Could that desolate be the Desolate Emperor? Chapter 1202. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to know more about the Desolate Emperor. Protector Wu told him everything he knew without holding anything back. Actually, there aren't many records about the Desolate Emperor, even in the desolate sacred palace. After all, it was too long ago. But as the founder of the desolate sacred palace, the Desolate Emperor's strength is undeniable. He was the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history. In his era, the Desolate Emperor single-handedly made the sacred body of the ancients the second of the 3,000 physiques, surpassing the chaotic body, the eternal deity body, and other nature-defying physiques. In that era, the Desolate Emperor was almost the symbol of invincibility. Even the tyrant body of the great accomplishment dared not come out, hiding like a mouse. That was the most glorious era of the sacred body lineage. Wu, who could not hide his excitement when he said this. After all, the sacred body of the ancients was not restricted by the heavenly path in that era, and there were no shackles on it, so it could reach the extreme and the most perfect state. It was not like now, where the sacred body lineage had withered to such a state after being shackled by the heavenly path and cursed by the sacred body. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyao, the sacred body lineage would not have been able to shine in this golden era. Wu Hu sighed when he thought of this. Even Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. What kind of glory was that? Even the tyrant body of the great accomplishment did not dare to come out. How strong was the Desolate Emperor? What happened after that? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. If the Desolate Emperor was really that strong, he should be able to continue the glory of the sacred body lineage. The sacred body lineage would not have fallen to such a state. There are no detailed records of what happened after that. We only know that the Desolate Emperor encountered an unprecedented taboo enemy, which was not recorded in the ancient history. Wu Hu's tone was extremely serious when he said this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The Desolate Emperor's strength was beyond doubt. He was almost at the peak of the sacred body lineage. However, a terrifying enemy appeared, one that could compete with the Desolate Emperor. During the Desolate Emperor's era, even the tyrant body of the sacred body could only admit defeat, who was the taboo existence that could compete with the desolate emperor. Are there no records of the desolate emperor's great enemies? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Wu, who shook his head and said, it was indeed not recorded. It was as if it had been deliberately erased. In the later generations, there were some seniors with saintly bodies who tried to find the answer, but they couldn't find any clues. I only know that the desolate ancient sacred palace was built during the era of the desolate emperor. The divine being's duty to quell the chaos was passed on after that. Wu, whose words made Jun Xiaoyao fall into deep thought. If the desolate emperor is doing this for the sake of quelling chaos, then it should be related to the 9 heavens. Could it be the doing of a forbidden zone? Jun Xiaoyao speculated. Protector Wu shook his head and said, it shouldn't be possible. In that era, the desolate emperor was too powerful. Even the forbidden zones didn't want to provoke him. Jun Xiaoyao recalled the clues he had obtained in the ruins of the underworld beneath the black abyss. The curse of the saintly body was related to the immortal island, a life-forbidden zone. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao had been trying to figure it out. The immortal island was very likely to be related to the underworld, and they were targeting the saintly body together. Wu, who seemed to have thought of something, and said, although those seniors with saintly bodies didn't find the truth, they vaguely caught some clues. They even investigated that the shackles, curses, and so on of the saintly body might be a conspiracy that only appeared after the era of the desolate emperor. Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. He vaguely sensed a huge conspiracy, a shocking conspiracy that spanned across ancient history. This shocking conspiracy seemed to be targeting the saintly body. But in fact, the saintly body was just an obstacle, a stumbling block, which was why it needed to be eliminated. The deeper meaning and purpose behind it were the most important. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see a terrifying black hand behind the scenes. It was even possible that it was the forbidden enemy that the desolate emperor encountered. And if that was the case, the level of that black hand was at least at the level of the ultimate calamity. It might even be more dangerous and unpredictable. Although the ultimate calamity spread black blood, created darkness, and polluted the world. But it didn't have too many calculations. And this black hand behind the scenes not only had extremely terrifying strength, but it could also become the desolate emperor's enemy. Its wisdom should also be incomparably terrifying, far more scheming than the ultimate calamity. And it also involved the 9 heavens forbidden zone, the underworld, and other forces. It could be said that it was too complicated, not to mention Jun Xiaoyao. Even a real great emperor would find it difficult to investigate the truth. Jun Xiaoyao, I can feel that you are under a lot of pressure. The matter of the saintly body shouldn't be on your shoulders alone, Wu Hu said. It's okay. Thank you, Senior Wu Hu, for clearing my doubts. At least I found some clues and sorted it out. Oh, right. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he divided a part of the drop of desolate emperor's blood and handed it to Wu Hu. Senior Wu Hu, you can take this and refine it. This is too precious. Wu Hu was shocked. If the heart of world protection was extremely precious, then this desolate emperor's blood was priceless to the saintly body. Senior Wu Hu, I also need your help. The stronger you are, the better it is for me, for the imperial court, and for the entire saintly body. Protector Wu sighed when he heard this, but he still accepted it. Jun Xiaoyao's kindness to him could no longer be described with words. Senior Wu Hu, I really hope that the saintly body will be able to create new glory. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Then he left, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's slender and thin back. Wu Hu was a little absent-minded. He vaguely seemed to see the shadow of the desolate emperor and also the shadow of the no-end emperor. But in the end, all the shadows disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao was still that Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't have to become anyone, because he would surpass. If there is anyone who is qualified to shake the desolate emperor's position or even surpass him, then only you, Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Hu sighed. Then he cheered himself up and began to cultivate. with the heart of protector and a part of the desolate emperor's blood. Wu, who was confident that when the chaos came, he could help Jun Xiaoyao to bloom the glory of the saintly body. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao left the bronze immortal palace. As he crossed the void, he was thinking. He had learned too many clues this time. No matter what, the clues left behind by the no-end emperor point to the forgotten kingdom. If that desolate really refers to the desolate emperor, then does that mean that the desolate emperor left something there? How did the ancient Xian Ting get the desolate emperor's things? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, but he was sure of one thing. He had to go to the forgotten kingdom. Not to mention Di Haotian. Even if there was no Di Haotian, the Xian Ting would not let me enter their treasure land, so I have to think of a way. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He was not a brute who only had talent and strength. In terms of shrewdness and scheming, Ji Qing could only be considered as a sister in front of Jun Xiaoyao, just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. In the distance, a woman in a colorful dress suddenly approached. She had a faint, demonic aura on her body. Greetings to the son of God of the Jun family. My master invites you. The woman in the colorful dress bowed respectfully. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the woman in the colorful dress and said, "It's the little demon empress." Chapter 1203. Sensing the demonic aura of the woman in the colorful dress, Jun Xiaoyao immediately knew who wanted to invite him. It just so happened that Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to meet this mysterious little demon empress. Although Jun Xiaoyao had rejected the little demon empress last time. However, she should have some information as well. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the demon god palace. With his current strength, he could easily tear the void and travel hundreds of millions of miles. Son of God, please. The demon empress is waiting for the son of God in the palace, the woman in the colorful dress said respectfully. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and entered the luxurious and gorgeous palace. Ah, there is actually such a person in this world that even the demon empress is concerned about. The woman in the colorful dress sighed. Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the palace. The layout was also very simple. There was only a large red bed with curtains hanging low, partially concealing a delicate, enchanting, and alluring figure. Even though there was a layer of gauze, he could still feel Linglong's curves. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to see the real person to know. The little demon empress's reputation in the Huangtian immortal realm was not unfounded. Little brother Xiaoyao, we finally meet. Is this bed big enough? Can you use it? The little demon empress' sweet voice sounded. It was like a cat's paw tickling one's heart. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao had seen all kinds of storms. He had also seen a lot of women, so he wouldn't lose his composure. The little demon empress' words were no longer a hint, but a clear indication. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall for it. Senior Demon Empress, I didn't come here to reminisce about the past. You're still calling me senior. What did you say before? The little Demon Empress said, coquettishly. Yao Yao. Jun Xiaoyao was helpless. Yes, I like to hear little brother call me that, the little Demon Empress said happily. Yao Yao, why don't we be honest with each other? There's no need to hide. Jun Xiaoyao said generously. Hearing this, the little demon empress said in surprise, Be honest with each other? Then shouldn't little brother Xiaoyao take off his clothes first? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless and didn't know what to say. He wasn't talking about being honest with each other. The little demon empress was even better than him. It could be said that a normal man couldn't take it. All right, I won't tease you. From within the red curtain, a delicate, snow-white foot suddenly stretched out and then slowly lifted the curtain. The little demon empress' beautiful face finally appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She was wearing a light red dress that covered her proud body. Not only wasn't it a mempress, it had a different kind of beauty. Her, to look to her, to her, to her, to her, to her, her to her, to her, to her, to her, to her, to be, to her, to be. Her beautiful face seemed to make the world lose its color, especially the beauty mark beside her red lips. It gave the little demon empress a soul-stirring charm. This was the little demon empress whose beauty had spread throughout the Huangtian immortal realm. What, are you stunned? The little demon empress giggled. She was wearing cool clothes. A pair of long, snow-white legs were unscrupulously exposed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't deliberately pretend to be a moralist. Instead, he looked at her generously. Flowers need to be appreciated by someone to show the value of their beauty, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Then why did you reject Yao Yao back then? The little demon empress seemed a little wronged. When a charming woman was wronged, it was simply fatal. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, These are two different things. Is that so? Sigh, I'm so sad. For you, I even rejected the cooperation with Xian Ting and Di Haotian, the little demon empress said with a sigh. Di Haotian came to find you. Why? Jun Xiaoyao thought about it and was a little surprised. The little demon empress didn't hide anything and told Jun Xiaoyao about Di Haotian's visit. To be honest, even I was a little surprised. That Di Haotian seems to know everything. I feel like I've been seen through. It's very unpleasant, the little demon empress said. Jun Xiaoyao was also puzzled. He recalled Di Haotian's performance in the Void Sky realm, that feeling of having everything under control, as if he had already experienced it once. Jun Xiaoyao's mind suddenly flashed. As a transmigrator, his mind was obviously more open. Could it be rebirth? Jun Xiaoyao thought of this and felt that it was a little unexpected. In a fantasy world, there could be reincarnation, and so on. But this kind of rebirth from the past was almost impossible. One had to know that even a myth emperor could set foot in the river of time and set up a plan for eternity. But it was impossible to personally reincarnate into the past, because that would involve unimaginably terrifying karma. That kind of karma, even a myth emperor had to be cautious. So, even a myth emperor had limitations in interfering with the past and future. And although Di Haotian was a monster, he definitely didn't have this kind of power. But thinking of Di Haotian's previous expressions and actions, he was indeed no different from a reborn person. He knew what opportunities there were in the Void Sky realm and knew that the little demon empress was from the 9 heavens and had a great background. If he really is a reborn person, then according to the routine, there should be some kind of cheat that brought him here. But is that really the case? Jun Xiaoyao had a nagging feeling that something was off. And Jun Xiaoyao also found a fatal flaw. It was that Di Haotian seemed to be unable to predict his actions. In the Void Sky realm, all the opportunities were obtained by Jun Xiaoyao. In other words, Di Haotian is a reborn person, but he doesn't have any memories of me. Because I'm a fateless person? Jun Xiaoyao thought a lot. He felt that Di Haotian wasn't as simple as being reborn. There seemed to be a layer of dark clouds behind him. Even Di Haotian himself might not have noticed. It was hard to imagine that just based on a message from the little demon empress. Jun Xiaoyao guessed Di Haotian's background pretty close. This was the most terrifying thing about Jun Xiaoyao. Deep shrewdness and calculation. Little brother Xiaoyao, what did you think? The little demon empress asked lazily. Interesting, very interesting. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. After knowing that Di Haotian might be a reborn person, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt that it was more interesting. That's right. It's more interesting when it's a bit challenging, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Otherwise, it would be very boring to be invincible all the way. What's interesting? Is that Di Haotian? The little demon empress asked curiously. Nothing. It's really surprising that you could reject him. I think we can be friends. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out a hand. The little demon empress chuckled and suddenly leaned forward. She didn't shake Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Instead, she stuck out her tongue and licked Jun Xiaoyao's finger. This concubine doesn't just want to be friends with little brother. Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. When a woman was hungry, it was too scary. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao left the demon god palace. As for the power behind the little demon empress, she didn't reveal too much, saying that it wasn't time yet. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care too much, because he didn't even think about borrowing the power of the 9 heavens. As long as the little demon empress didn't become his enemy, it was enough. Although the reborn Di Haotian has grasped a lot of information about the future, he can't predict my future, and it's even more impossible for him to know my plans. Since that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while and smiled. Those familiar with him knew that this smile meant that Jun Xiaoyao was going to do something again. Chapter 1204. After leaving the demon god palace, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the Jun family and spent some peaceful days there. As for Zhang Rou, she had told Jun Xiaoyao more than once. Luo Xiangling was a very virtuous girl. Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to say, "Mom, Luo Xiangling is old enough to be your mom." But he still didn't say anything. Zhang Rou only hoped that he could start a family soon. This was every mother's most simple wish. Jun Xiaoyao originally wanted to confirm the date of his engagement with Jiang Xingyi and Jiang Luoli. But now so many things had happened, including the Huang Emperor's matter, the curse of the sacred body, and the possible mastermind behind the scenes. There was also Di Haotian, the reincarnated person. The forgotten nation was about to appear. Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't spare too much energy. Returning to the Jun family this time could be considered as taking a break from his busy schedule. On the other side, in a desolate ancient star field near the Well of Heaven Ascension, on a dead planet without any life, at a certain moment, some figures suddenly appeared. They all had the aura of the 9 heavens. Obviously, this was a group of creatures from the 9 heavens. This kid from the Jun family is really too arrogant. He doesn't take us, the forbidden families, and the forbidden zone behind us seriously. A heavenly venerable said coldly. He was from the Ji family. That's right. The Jun family is used to being domineering in the mystic realm, but they don't know that this world is very big. The Jun family can't control the world with one hand, someone from the Yu family said. This kid actually dares to look down on the forbidden zone. If it weren't for the ultimate killing array and the supreme beings in the forbidden zone that haven't awakened, the saint spirit ruins behind our family would be enough to cause heavy damage to the Jun family. A powerhouse from the Jin family said coldly. The 3 great forbidden families descended to the mortal world, and in the end, their vanguard was completely wiped out. The death of their clansmen was secondary. The problem was that the originally noble status of the forbidden families was pulled down from the altar by Jun Xiaoyao alone. This made some forces in the mystic realm feel that the so-called forbidden families of the 9 heavens were just SOO. This was what they hated the most. Is Yuryu clan going to target Jun Xiaoyao again? I heard that the peerless genius of the immortal mausoleum, Fairy Tianlai, personally descended to the lower world and was polite to that Jun Xiaoyao. The Jin family member asked. It doesn't matter. There are different factions in the celestial mausoleum. We don't have to listen to Yin Tianlai's faction, said someone from the Yu clan. Next, we should plan how to retaliate. However, we shouldn't show ourselves directly. After all, if the Jun family really goes crazy, we won't have an easy time either, said the cultivator from the Ji family. Although they were backed by the Forbidden Zone, if the Jun family really went crazy, the Forbidden Zone might abandon them. Just as the 3 great clans were discussing, suddenly a fiery light flashed from afar. In the end, it transformed into a purple-clothed, purple-haired man with purple divine flames all over his body. Yes, you are. The people of the 3 great clans frowned as they looked at the newcomer. I am the young emperor of the Xian Ting, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, a subordinate of Di Haotian. The purple-haired man was Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, the 3rd of the 18 horsemen of Yan Yin under Di Haotian's command. Di Haotian had arranged for him to keep an eye on the movements of the forbidden clans. Xian Ting, what do you want? The people of the three great forbidden clans asked coldly. There was no conflict between the forbidden clans and the Xian Ting for the time being. Of course, there was no friendship between them. The two sides would mind their own business for the time being. Are you all thinking of taking revenge on Jun Xiaoyao? Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, asked with a smile. What, is the Xian Ting so meddlesome? Said the cultivator from the Ji family, coldly. The Xian Ting was an overlord force, and used to be the ruler of the mystic realm. In the past, there had been some conflicts with the Nine Heavens. Although there was no conflict for the time being, the forbidden clans did not like the Xian Ting. Nothing. I just think that we have the same goal, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said with a smile. Oh. The people of the three great forbidden clans were suspicious. They thought that the Xian Ting wanted to meddle in their affairs against Jun Xiaoyao. Who would have thought that they would have a helper? I have a suggestion. I wonder if the three great forbidden clans can accept it? Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said. Go ahead. If we really want to target Jun Xiaoyao, we obviously can't do it directly, let alone openly. So the only way is to assassinate him, and we can't do it, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said. So, you mean, there are three immortal killers in the mystic realm. The Jin dynasty can do it, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said. Are you kidding? With the Jun family's deterrence in the mystic realm, even the immortal killers of the Jin dynasty would not dare to do it, right? The people of the forbidden clan sneered. Now the Jun family's prestige in the mystic realm was enough to be on par with the Xian Ting. So, we need to give enough benefits and pay a huge price to make the Jin dynasty willing to take such a big risk, Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said. In the end, they want us to bleed together. The three great forbidden clans were not fools. Trying to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao would definitely cause a huge commotion. The Jun family would definitely be furious and take revenge. For the assassin dynasty to take such a huge risk, the price they would have to pay would be terrifying. That's why we need to cooperate. The young king has agreed to give us some attractive conditions. Of course, you have to help too. For example, if there is a big turmoil in the future, the Jin dynasty can guarantee that they will be safe. You can even let them move to the Nine Heavens and get the resources and cultivation arts of the forbidden clans. Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, said slowly. Of course, he did not come up with these ideas. He was not qualified to make the decision. It was Di Haotian who had instructed him to do so. The three great forbidden clans fell into deep thought. At this moment, there was another fluctuation in the void, and a faint voice was heard. We are also interested in this plan. A few figures appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by a hazy blue light and carried a sense of transcendence. You are from the Grey Clan? Sensing the ethereal aura that was like the heavens, a strange look flashed across the Purple Flame monarch's eyes. Yes, we are the servants of Zhou Tiandozi. Those people's voices were cold and arrogant. They were even more superior than the beings in the Nine Heavens. Servants of the Daozi? Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, was slightly surprised. He had heard Di Haotian mention it before. There were not many geniuses in the mystic realm who could catch his eye. The Grey Clan's Daozi was one of them. Rumor had it that there were 8 Daozi in the Grey Clan. They were called the 8 Sons of Heaven. Zhou Tiandozi was only one of them. They were favored by the heavenly Tao and favored by the heavenly Tao. They were the absolute tide of this world. The Grey Clan has also appeared. Even the people from the forbidden families in the Nine Heavens were a little surprised. They had also heard of the Grey Clan. However, the Grey Clan was too mysterious. Even during the turmoil in the past, the Grey Clan had hidden behind the scenes and benefited secretly. They had never truly appeared. Someone from the Grey Clan said, Zhou Tiandozi is unhappy because the immortal root of the 6 paths of reincarnation was stolen. However, Jun Xiaoyao is not qualified for him to personally take action. That's why we are here to kill this sinner who blasphemes the heavens and the Grey Clan. In their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a sinner. A sinner should be killed. That's even better. The price we pay for the cooperation of the three forces is enough to make the three assassins of the Jin dynasty go all out to kill him. Purple Flame, Lord of Heaven, smiled. It could be said that no one had expected this. It was just a plan to target Jun Xiaoyao. However, it provoked the forbidden families of the Nine Heavens, the Xianting and the Grey Clan. It could be said that if this plan really succeeded, Jun Xiaoyao would be killed. It would definitely cause the biggest storm in the immortal region. After all, if the Jun family was angry, the heavens would be shaken. However, they had already made up their minds. Because Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation speed was too fast. It had not been long before he had broken through to the lesser, heavenly venerable level. Moreover, he could kill a great heavenly venerable with one punch and had the power of the extreme state. If this dragged on for a few more years, wouldn't no one below the Boundary Emperor be able to stop Jun Xiaoyao? Therefore, these three forces did not want to give Jun Xiaoyao room to grow. Even if the Jun family was protecting him, they would still take action. Chapter 1205. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Jun Xiaoyao was also preparing to leave the Jun family, because some news said that the Chaos Demon Star in the Huntian Immortal Realm had changed. It was very likely that the Forgotten Kingdom would appear soon. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao had to make preparations in advance. Unexpectedly, the situation was different. Luo Xiangling said that she wanted to stay in the Jun family. The people here are very good to me. They make me feel very relaxed. It's more relaxed and comfortable than staying in the Immortal Academy, Luo Xiangling said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, he also knew that Luo Xiangling and Jiang Ro got along very well during this period of time. He had always been away, and Jun Wuhui almost never returned home. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was happy to see someone accompanying Jiang Ro. Well, Xiangling, just treat the Jun family as your own home, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. My own home? Luo Xiangling's delicate face blushed slightly. Was that what he meant? Jun Xiaoyao was stunned and also noticed the ambiguity in his words. This was not the meaning of turning Luo Xiangling into the daughter-in-law of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to explain anything. He rode the Fufeng of Gojoseon and drove away from the Huangtian Immortal Realm with little Eversnow. Although everyone in the Jun family liked the little girl Eversnow. But little Eversnow was still very dependent on Jun Xiaoyao and only wanted to stay by his side. In the endless universe, a blue sky rock flapped its wings and flew past. Its wings cut through the void, and the fluctuations shattered many of the surrounding meteorites. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the back of the blue sky rock, and little Eversnow leaned against his side. How should I enter the Forgotten Kingdom? Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Right, there are also those forbidden families. Are they really so cowardly that after being intimidated by me once, they don't dare to make a move again? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. If that was the case, then Jun Xiaoyao would be disappointed, because he thought of a way. But this method needed to beat them at their own game. At this moment, Fufeng of Gojoseon's voice suddenly sounded. Master, I feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao had been lost in thought, so he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. After hearing Fufeng of's reminder, Jun Xiaoyao, to his surprise, he discovered that the surrounding universe was pitch black. There weren't even 2 or 3 stars. As of the universe was of the universes of the universe. This was not normal. Of Gojoseon of the universe of the immortal realm of Gojoseon. Of course, it's just that. King Fufeng was also confused. Jun Xiaoyao got up from the rock's back and scanned his surroundings, squinting slightly. Then he smiled. Is of the eye of AA. After he said that, there was no response from the 4 universes. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao was talking to the air. but after a long moment of dead silence, suddenly a chuckle sounded, as expected of the famous son of God of the Jun family, the great hero who saved the celestial realm. Such determination is indeed admirable. In the void, a group of people in white robes appeared. Their auras were very powerful. They were all seventh realm supreme beings. Their bodies were shrouded in holy light, and there were wings made of intertwined divine chains of laws on their backs. This group of people was incomparably sacred and holy. They looked like angels in mythical religions. But what didn't match their appearances was the kind of terrifying killing intent that was faintly revealed. That was an extremely murderous aura that was cultivated postnatally. It was an aura that could only be condensed after their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Looking at it like this group of people gave off the feeling of wolves in sheep's clothing. Under the holy appearance, there were millions of corpses of blood and slaughter. One of the three great assassins of the celestial realm, the Jin dynasty heaven, Jun Xiaoyao, said calmly, revealing the identity of the person who came. Heaven sounded like an incomparably beautiful word, but it was the terrifying assassin of the celestial realm. The Jin dynasty had existed since ancient times and was hidden in the darkness. They claimed to be able to extradite people to heaven. As long as they attacked, there would be no mistakes. Even when Xian Ting was establishing order, they could still exist. Because if there was light in this world, there would definitely be darkness. The Son of God is indeed knowledgeable. That's right, we are from heaven. Someone from heaven spoke. They were very calm and leisurely. It didn't seem like they were nervous about an assassination at all. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he understand why they were so calm. Why? Do you want to send a message or ask for help? It's impossible. You have already stepped into the forbidden sky of the celestial realm set by the great nine-winged angel, the person from heaven said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. In the assassin Jin dynasty's heaven, the strength of the assassins was divided by the wings of law on their backs. The great nine-winged angel of heaven was the strongest existence at the quasi-emperor level. It was no wonder that even the quasi-emperor Fufeng of Gojoseon didn't notice. When an expert of the same level secretly used a method, it was indeed sometimes difficult to detect. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what the forbidden sky of the celestial realm was, he clearly understood that it was a method to isolate them from the outside world. That was why the people from heaven were so calm. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if they were looking at a caged beast. At this moment, another cold and deep voice sounded. This place doesn't only have the forbidden sky of the celestial realm of heaven, but also the heaven-bewildering array of my secluded country. It can be said that even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to deduce this place in a short period of time, let alone find you, Jun Xiaoyao. Another group of people dressed in black appeared. They all wore white masks on their faces. Those masks were carved from the bones of living creatures and were incomparably sinister and terrifying. It was another group of experts with shocking, murderous auras. This was not an aura that they deliberately released. Instead, it flowed out naturally. The murderous aura emitted by this group of people was no weaker than the people from heaven. One of the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the secluded country. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes gradually turned cold. The secluded country was a country in the netherworld. They were a group of ruthless death gods. As long as there were enough benefits and money to buy their lives, they would kill for anyone. There were also rumors that the predecessor of the secluded country seemed to have some connection with the underworld. That was why they knew all kinds of terrifying and strange curses, assassination techniques, and so on. At this moment, even Fufeng of Gojoseon's heart was beating like a drum, because he vaguely sensed the aura of more than one quasi-emperor, and it seemed that they were of a higher level than him. After all, quasi-emperors were also subdivided from one tribulation to 9 tribulations. Fufeng of Gojoseon had only become a quasi-emperor recently, and his level was not even as high as Luo Xiangling's. He was only a quasi-emperor who had passed 2 tribulations. But in his senses there were at least 3 to 4 tribulations of quasi-emperors. However, it wasn't over yet. Another group of people dressed in blood-red cloaks appeared. One of the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the Blood Pagoda. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. They were all here today. He remembered that he had once killed a successor of the Blood Pagoda on the ancient road of the ultimate realm. This assassin of the Jin dynasty was equally terrifying and not weaker than the Heavenly Kingdom and the secluded country. I really didn't expect that the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty would one day put on such a big lineup and join forces to assassinate a person. Moreover, it's a junior. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao, even if you die, it's enough to make you famous. This is the most extravagant lineup to send you to the other side. In order to kill a junior heavenly venerable like you, even a quasi-emperor has taken action. You should die in peace. The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty spoke. It could be said that this was definitely using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was a waste of talent. Such an extravagant lineup was more than enough to assassinate a true quasi-emperor. But now, it was just to assassinate a young genius. Even if this genius was Jun Xiaoyao, it was still a little too much. But from this, it could be seen how cautious the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty were about this assassination. To them, this was a huge gamble. If they won, the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty would receive endless benefits. And if they failed, the consequences of angering the Jun family were unimaginable even for the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty. Chapter 1206. That was definitely a fatal crisis for Jun Xiaoyao at the moment. With such a lineup, let alone killing Jun Xiaoyao, it was more than enough to kill a quasi-emperor. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was protected by the 2nd tribulation quasi-emperor Fufeng of Gojoseon, it would not be enough. Furthermore, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty had expected that the quasi-emperor Luo Xiangling would follow them. Now that Luo Xiangling had not followed them, it was undoubtedly more advantageous for their assassination. Since the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty had made up their minds to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao, naturally, they could not treat him casually. Underestimating the enemy was a mistake that an assassin organization would never make. Not to mention that the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were betting their futures and fates on this assassination. Therefore, a quasi-emperor level assassin had come this time, although he had not shown himself yet. No one would be calm in the face of such an ambush and assassination. However, Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. He even chuckled as he asked, "Do you know what you are doing?" "Of course we know." The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty said coldly, but they were not in a hurry. The divine domain's sky restriction and the great bewildering formation had completely isolated this place, making it impossible to deduce in a short period of time. Even a quasi-emperor would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Then you should also know that even if you succeed, the consequences are not something you can bear. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were stunned. If someone else had said this, they would have laughed coldly. In the immortal domain, there were not many people that they did not dare to assassinate. However, they could not refute Jun Xiaoyao's words. Jun Xiaoyao was one of the most respected people in the 9 heavens immortal domain. He was backed by one of the most ancient and powerful clans in the immortal domain. If it weren't for the fact that the buyer behind them had a powerful background, they wouldn't have dared to accept this order. Then there's no need for Son of God to worry, because by that time you'll already be dead, said the expert from heaven coldly. It seems that the person who wants to buy my life has given you a lot of confidence. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. You don't need to beat around the bush. Not telling who the buyer is the most basic virtue of an assassin. An assassin from seclusion sneered. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I can roughly guess it. He did not expect the forbidden clan to be so efficient. However, this was exactly what he wanted. However, Jun Xiaoyao believed that just the 9 heavens taboo clans alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy the appetite of the Jin dynasty. After all, it was too risky to assassinate him. Without paying a huge price, how could they convince the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty? Therefore, there should be other forces involved in this. Di Haotian. Jun Xiaoyao thought of him again. After all, he was one of the few people with a bit of intelligence, and he even had a rebirth cheat. He should also want to get rid of him as soon as possible. But he also did not want the Jun family and the Xian Ting to completely fall out. That would not be good for anyone. Moreover, as someone who had been reborn, Di Haotian should also know about many opportunities. These opportunities could also be used as bargaining chips to make a deal with the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also thought of the Grey Clan. After all, he had snatched the opportunity of the heavenly cycle Taoist in the void sky world. With the arrogant temperament of the Grey Clan, they should not be able to tolerate this. And the Grey Clan's foundation was enough to participate in this plan to kill him. As for whether the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit clan, and so on would participate, Jun Xiaoyao was not sure. However, the forces of these 2 factions were very complicated. It should be impossible for them to participate in this plan in a short period of time. In the end, only the underworld was left. Although they had the resentment of the Holy Spirit curse, they had not revealed themselves until now. The only resentment was the Hades bloodline, which was rumored to have broken away from the underworld. However, the underworld would not target him so early. The mastermind behind this is the taboo family of the 9 heavens, the Xian Ting, the Grey Clan. Am I right? Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty did not change their expressions. This was the professional quality of an assassin. However, they were surprised in their hearts. This Jun Xiaoyao's real monster did not seem to be his talent. It was his intelligence. You don't need to talk. Today is the day you die. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were full of murderous intent. At this time, a young man and woman walked out of the heaven. They both had 4 wings on their backs and a bloody smell. Obviously, many creatures had died in their hands. Lords, please let us do it. Jun Xiaoyao is the best whetstone for us. The man of the young man and woman said. They looked very similar. They were twins, and their eyes were narrow with a sense of coldness. It's the twin assassins of the heaven. They're twins. They have different bodies and are united. When they carry out assassination missions, their success rate is 100%. Voices came from the secluded nation and the blood pagoda. Obviously, the twin assassins were very famous in the assassin circle. They were one of the most famous young prodigies. And now, they wanted to use Jun Xiaoyao as a whetstone. No, he's an ultimate heavenly venerable. He once killed a great heavenly venerable with 1 punch, someone from the heavens said. At this moment, the void suddenly split open, and the power of a sub-emperor surged. A ball of light shot toward Jun Xiaoyao. How dare you! Fufeng of Gojoseon attacked. His life and death were linked to Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. However, from another direction, another hand of laws reached out and collided with Fufeng of Gojoseon. With a loud bang, the void exploded. Fufeng of Gojoseon's blood and chi churned as he retreated hundreds of steps. Afore tribulation, sub-emperor Fufeng of Gojoseon's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, bright shackles appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body. It was the ball of light that had just shot over. It was made of a special kind of mithril and had the ability to absorb the power of laws and limit one's realm. It's the spirit lock. It seems that the Lord has given you a chance to train, someone from the heavens said. The spirit lock could limit one's magic power and realm. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was far beyond his peers. If there were no restrictions, the result would be obvious. The twin assassins of the heaven were somewhat unhappy. They actually wanted to challenge Jun Xiaoyao in his complete form. Me too. A cold and hoarse voice was heard. A man walked out from secluded state and took off the white mask on his face, revealing a face as pale as a sheet of paper, just like an origami doll. It's the Grim Reaper. Rumor has it that he's the only monster in the younger generation of the secluded country to have completed 10 hell-level missions in a row. As soon as this person took off his white bone mask, the other 2 assassins from the Jin dynasty were shocked. Those who could walk out at this time and wanted to use Jun Xiaoyao as practice were not ordinary people. Even the twin assassins looked at the Grim Reaper with a dignified expression. They were competitors competing for the title of the young king of the Assassin Circle. The Blood Pagoda was naturally not to be outdone. A man in blood-red clothes stepped out. There was a blood-red, demonic ring behind him, which seemed to contain tens of thousands of wailing, resentful spirits. This was because too many living beings had been killed. The demonic ring, condensed, represented great sin, and of course, it was also a symbol of strength. The strongest successor of the Blood Pagoda has also come out. The top geniuses of the Jin dynasty of the 3 assassins walked out. Sparks flew in each other's eyes, obviously wanting to compete. "Why don't we compete and see who can kill Jun Xiaoyao in the end?" the man in the twin assassin's hand said. "Sure. Jun Xiaoyao will be the most precious prey in my hands," the Grim Reaper whispered. To be able to kill someone like Jun Xiaoyao is also a legend, enough to be recorded in the history of the assassin world. The successor of the Blood Pagoda revealed a sinister smile. It was hard to imagine that the hero of the mystic realm, the person with the most noble status and the most monstrous talent, now he was treated as prey and a whetstone. If this news spread, it would definitely make many people angry. Chapter 1207. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was very calm about it. He had the spirit lock on him, which could limit his strength. That was why these assassins of the Jin dynasty dared to provoke him. "Bad guys, you are all bad guys." Little Evers now shrank beside Jun Xiaoyao. Her big eyes, as clear as gemstones, were filled with fear and disgust. Jun Xiaoyao touched her little head, his expression still calm. At this moment, a chain that seemed to be formed by holy light suddenly shot through the void. The top of the chain was connected to a light blade. Those were the twin assassins of heaven who couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. It could be said that whoever could kill Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands, regardless of whether their reputation was good or bad, it would definitely be passed down for billions of years. This was also a kind of honor for the assassins. Jun Xiaoyao's feet flashed, and he stepped into the void. One of his palms struck out, colliding with the light blade chain. The blade of light, which could easily pierce through even a supreme being, burst into sparks in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. What? The twin assassins were surprised. Wasn't Jun Xiaoyao bound by the spirit lock? How could he still have such strength? "You are too weak. Let me," the Grim Reaper of seclusion whispered. He summoned a 9-story white bone pagoda. Upon closer inspection, the pagoda was densely packed with human heads. This was his spoils of war, a white bone pagoda made of human heads, which had been refined into a top-level supreme weapon by a big shot. The 9-story white bone pagoda fell down, carrying with it a monstrous resentment. This pagoda actually had the effect of soul attack. The cries of countless dead souls poured into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Jun Xiaoyao was completely unaffected. He used the Kuan Peng's great magical power and stepped on the Kuan Peng's extreme speed. He landed in front of the twin assassins of heaven at an incredible speed. With a punch, the power of 3,000 summers surged, and the void was annihilated. This pair of twins had shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, they had attacked with all their strength, bringing out powerful methods and killing moves, but they were still instantly killed. At this moment, a blood-dripping sword ray appeared. It was the heir of the Blood Pagoda. He wielded the divine sword dripping blood and wanted to sneak up on Jun Xiaoyao. In his hands, the Killing Path Saint art was used to perfection, and he could easily kill a powerhouse of the same level. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao merely flicked his finger and destroyed the divine, sword-dripping blood. The successor of the Blood Pagoda coughed up blood and retreated, his face filled with horror. At the same time, the Grim Reaper and the 9-story human skull pagoda emitted turbid yellow water, which carried with it a corrosive aura of the netherworld. That was the water of the Yellow Springs, which came from the underworld. Just like the Spring of Life, it was a rarely seen divine water. However, its effect was the opposite of the Spring of Life. The Spring of Life was filled with vitality. It was a supreme medicine that could heal the dead and bring bones back to life. As for the water of the Yellow Springs, it was rumored that anyone who touched it would die. It possessed a terrifying corrosive and cursing power. It was unknown how many vengeful souls had melted in the water of the Yellow Springs. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood emitting the aura of chaos shot out. That was the chaos blood. Jun Xiaoyao had the chaos physique. The blood in his body was no different from the blood of a true connate, chaotic physique. It was the rare chaos blood. What were the characteristics of the chaos blood? It contained and devoured everything. Only when all the powers in the world merged together would it be called the chaos blood. After the drop of chaos blood fell into the water of the Yellow Springs, it caused the water to boil. The various corrosive curses in it disappeared, dissolved by the chaos blood. How is this possible? Even the Grim Reaper, who had always been expressionless, had a change in expression. His Yellow Springs water lost its effect and became ordinary water. It no longer had the corrosive curse effect. Jun Xiaoyao raised his palm and lightning flashed. The Thunder Emperor's great theurgy was unleashed. Thousands of light of calamity appeared and fell on the Grim Reaper. The 9-floored pagoda of human heads was blasted into pieces. The Grim Reaper screamed and died as a charred corpse. In the end, only the successor of the Blood Pagoda was left. A wave of cold air surged from his heart. Who was the prey? The spirit lock has no effect. The successor of the Blood Pagoda was terrified. For an assassin, that was already a disqualification. The spirit lock can restrain 30 to 40% of my power, but 10% is enough to deal with you. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm. Help me. The successor of the Blood Pagoda roared. However, the people of the Blood Pagoda were indifferent. You have lost the right to be the successor of the Blood Pagoda, someone said coldly. The successor of the Blood Pagoda was stunned, and his face was filled with despair. Puff! He was smashed into a bloody mist by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Who could have imagined? Just a moment ago, these prodigies were still arguing about who could kill Jun Xiaoyao with their own hands. In less than a moment, they were all dead. As expected of the assassins of the Jin dynasty, your blood is cold. Seeing their own prodigies die in front of them, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were indifferent. They can't even defeat you with the spirit lock. They don't have the right to continue living. The world of assassins is a survival of the fittest world. The strong live and the weak die, but they are not completely useless. At least they can confirm that you are definitely here in your true body, not an illusory one. If a Dharma body with the spirit lock could kill the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty in seconds, then these prodigies were really living like dogs. So, you're using their lives to test my authenticity? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were really a professional team. They did not make any mistakes in any way, leaving no trace of luck. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty did not say anything, but obviously that was what they meant. Then you should also find out what trump cards I have. Jun Xiaoyao sneered. His trump cards were not only Jun Wuhui's protective talisman, but also many protective ancient artifacts. Of course, more importantly, there was the Dharma body of the god of faith that he used to fight against calamity. Of course we have investigated this. After all, even the ultimate calamity died in your hands. But your Dharma body should not have time to accumulate the power of faith. As for other means we have also prepared. So today no one can save you. After the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty finished speaking, they did not delay any longer and were about to attack. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled up. Indeed, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty had carefully prepared. It could be said that they had taken many situations into consideration, but there were also things that they did not take into account. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty, and even the real mastermind behind it, would never have thought of this. Jun Xiaoyao had already expected all of this. Or rather, it was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao wanted. Kill. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty attacked. How dare you! Fufeng of Gojoseon attacked, his quasi-emperor, aura surging. His life had long been tied to Jun Xiaoyao's, and at this time, the quasi-emperor hiding behind the scenes finally appeared. On heaven's side, endless light surged. A 9-winged angel appeared. This was the quasi-emperor expert of heaven. Then, ghostly energy surged, as if the gates of hell had been opened. The quasi-emperor of the secluded country also appeared. He was dressed in black armor and held a dark, heavenly blade. A sea of blood appeared, and a blood-colored figure stepped on the sea of blood. The quasi-emperor expert of the Blood Pagoda also appeared. The quasi-emperors of the Jin dynasty of the 3 assassins had appeared together. It could be said that this kind of extravagance to surround and kill a young prodigy could be said to be unprecedented in history. This lineup could even kill a quasi-emperor below the 4th tribulation. But Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Chapter 1208. The 3 great assassins were quasi-emperors from the Jin dynasty, and the weakest of them was a 3rd tribulation quasi-emperor. There was also a 4th tribulation quasi-emperor, the great 9-winged angel from heaven. The great 9-winged angel from heaven was a 4th tribulation quasi-emperor. The secluded nation and the Blood Pagoda each had a 3rd tribulation quasi-emperor. And here there was only Fufeng of Gojoseon, a 2nd tribulation quasi-emperor. It could be said that this was a hopeless lineup, and it was impossible to break through. Killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. This time, we are betting on the future of the Jin dynasty. So, son of God of the Jun family, I'm sorry. You saved the celestial realm, but you can't save yourself. The great 9-winged angel of heaven's 4th tribulation, quasi-emperor, flapped his 9 light wings, and his powerful quasi-emperor aura shook the void. Countless nomological laws turned into killing lights and condensed in the void. They also looked like sword feathers. Each sword feather could easily penetrate a giant ancient star. In the eyes of a quasi-emperor, even the monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was like an ant. No matter how heaven-defying and unreasonable Jun Xiaoyao was, he could only cause trouble in the 7th tribulation supremacy realm. And quasi-emperors had already surpassed the 7th tribulation supremacy realm. They had transcended the 9th tribulation to attain the Tao. Although they had yet to attain the complete Tao, they had already figured out a vague path and formed some embryonic forms of the great Tao. Kill. The great 9-winged angel let out a murderous roar, and his voice shook heaven and earth. Of course, they had set up the divine realm sky restriction array and the sky confusion array. Therefore, the fluctuations from the battle could not be transmitted to the outside world. You dare to attack Master? You are dead meat. No matter where you go, you will not be able to survive. Fufeng of Gojoseon shouted and rushed out. He was indeed very afraid of death. Otherwise, he would not have been so cowardly when he faced Jun Wuhui back then. But now he had to attack even if he didn't want to. Moreover, he had experienced Jun Wuhui's strength. Although the quasi-emperors in front of him were all stronger than him, they were only slightly stronger. And facing Jun Wuhui, Fufeng of Gojoseon felt like he was an ant that was being pinched at the fingertips. Jun Wuhui crushed it lightly. They were not on the same level at all. "Ha! Then I'll kill you first. You guys go deal with him." The great nine-winged angel ordered the others to attack. To be honest, with their status, they really didn't have much interest in attacking a lesser Empyrean. The three quasi-emperors had made their moves. They had to kill Fufeng of Gojoseon in the shortest time possible. That was because he was the only one who caught their attention. He was almost at the same level as them. Jun Xiaoyao, your legend will end in the hands of the assassins of the Jin dynasty. In the future, our assassins of the Jin dynasty will be passed down for generations to come. A mystique, venerable rank assassin from heaven sneered. Passed down through the ages? You're thinking too much. No matter what the outcome is today, there is no place for you in this world. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve. Violent chaotic energy surged, and the supreme divine blood in his body boiled. The fourth supreme technique was activated. His overall strength increased by several times. 3,000 Sumeru worlds vibrated and the universe shook. Then, with a loud bang, the spirit lock on Jun Xiaoyao's body shattered into countless shards and shot out in all directions. "Evers now, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Step back." Jun Xiaoyao left little Eversnow behind him and charged out. Little Eversnow was crying, and bean-sized tears kept falling from her big eyes. However, what no one noticed was there seemed to be some kind of strange whirlpool spinning in little Eversnow's eyes, bringing with it a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. Even little Eversnow herself did not notice it. She only felt very panicked and scared, and her heart started to beat faster. As for the three assassins of the Jin dynasty, they ignored little Eversnow for the time being. Their attention was on Jun Xiaoyao. At worst, they could just wait for Jun Xiaoyao to die and then silence him. This was a group of cold-blooded death gods. They would not let little Eversnow live just because she was a child. "Jun Xiaoyao, your legend is about to end." A Tao Master of Heaven directly attacked, wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible. At the same time, the Tao Masters of Secluded Nation and Blood Pagoda also attacked. Three big hands reached for Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. All of them wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. The reason was very simple. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, even his corpse was priceless. That drop of chaotic blood could be sold for a sky-high price. Not to mention an entire chaotic body, including Jun Xiaoyao, as the son of God of the Jun family, naturally had all kinds of resources and treasures. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao himself was a huge moving treasure trove. The three Tao Masters of the Jin dynasty naturally did not want to let go of this benefit. "Do you all really think I'm a fat sheep that everyone wants to kill?" Jun Xiaoyao sneered. He took out one ancient artifact after another from his spatial artifact. For example, broken wooden swords, tattered armor, ancient talismans, and so on. These were all protective treasures given to him by the ancestors of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao had used them when he was exploring the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he did not use them much after that, because there was nothing that could threaten him. But now, some Tao Masters and Divine Venerables were shamelessly attacking him. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to take out these protective ancient artifacts. These things can't stop us." The Tao Master of Heaven snorted, raised his hand, and clashed with the broken wooden swords, causing a shocking explosion. The Tao Masters and Divine Venerables of Secluded Nation and Blood Pagoda were also blocked by the ancient talismans, bronze bells, and other artifacts. Of course, there were also lesser heavenly venerables, greater heavenly venerables, and even mystique venerables. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Of course, I know I can't stop them for long, but I just need to buy some time. Even if I die in the end, I still need to kill a few people, right?" Jun Xiaoyao was wearing that tattered armor, which provided him with an additional layer of defense. This was the ancient artifact, used by the ancestors of the Jun family. Kill. There was no mercy to speak of. The 3 Dao masters of the Jin dynasty wanted to use him as a whetstone to practice their skills. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was using the 3 Dao masters of the Jin dynasty to practice his skills. He was going to kill them all. Jun Xiaoyao's divine blood of the supreme stage boiled, flowing through his limbs and bones. His entire body was wrapped in a ball of divine flame, burning brightly. It was not a real flame, but a blood flame formed by the divine blood of the supreme stage. The divine blood of the supreme stage was the form of the supreme bone after its transformation. It was also one of the top talents. Jun Xiaoyao rarely used it, but it did not mean that this talent was not strong. His strength had increased by several times. The Kuan Peng Grand Mystique in his left hand and the Fiend God Grand Mystique in his right. The Kuan Peng's infinite divine fist and the heaven-splitting Fiend God fist were both executed by him at the same time. Wherever the fist passed, the lesser heavenly venerables of the 3 assassin dynasties were unable to withstand it, and their bodies exploded. This was unimaginable. Cultivators who could cultivate to this level were not ordinary people. Even when facing an extreme supremacy of the same level, they could withstand 2 or 3 moves. But now, they could not even withstand 1 punch from Jun Xiaoyao. But this was not the most ridiculous thing. This was because even a Grand Empyrean was knocked back by this terrifying punch. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the arm he used to attack was shattered. What kind of monster is this? Some great heavenly venerables roared with bloodshot eyes. When they heard that Jun Xiaoyao had killed great heavenly venerables with a single punch, they did not believe it, because it was extraordinarily difficult for a 7th stage supremacy to kill someone of a higher level. But now, the truth was right in front of them, and they were helpless. An anomaly could not be judged by common sense. How dare a person who is about to die be so presumptuous? At this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. It was the mystique venerables of the 3 Jin dynasty great heavenly venerables, who were charging at Jun Xiaoyao. The power of this level was not something a great heavenly venerate could compare to. Chapter 1209. It was not an exaggeration to say that every step of the supremacy realm was like ascending to heaven. This was also why it was harder than ascending to the heavens to challenge those of a higher realm after the supremacy realm. Even some monstrous prodigies could only reign supreme among those of the same realm at most. In the face of an expert who was a level higher than him, he seemed somewhat powerless. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. Those of the same realm were no match for him. They were no different from ants. Even a grand heavenly venerable, who was 1 level stronger than him, could only vomit blood and fly backward when faced with the powerful Jun Xiaoyao. However, the one who was about to make a move, it was not a lesser heavenly venerable of the same realm, nor was it a grand heavenly venerable of a higher realm. It was a supreme mystique venerable. The word supreme was enough to prove that there was a qualitative difference between a powerhouse of this level and a grand heavenly venerable. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. The 3 assassins, the Jin dynasty's Dao Venerable and Godly Venerable rank powerhouses, were temporarily blocked by Jun Xiaoyao's ancient weapons. Lesser heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables were no match for Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, only a supreme mystique venerable could make a move. Sword of Judgment. The heavens' mystique venerable rank powerhouse raised his hand. Endless power of law gathered and formed a sword of law that seemed to be able to sever heaven and earth. Fierce and fierce fluctuations surged in all directions. This move widened the gap between him and a grand heavenly venerable. It was not just the heavens' mystique venerable rank powerhouse. The secluded nation and blood Buddha's mystique venerable rank powerhouses also made a move. Bullying the weak was not important at all. They were a group of assassins who did not care about their reputation. The secluded nation's mystique venerable rank powerhouse took out hundreds of formation flags and formed a small killing array. However, its power was limitless and could easily kill a heavenly venerable rank powerhouse. The Blood Buddha's powerhouse held a blood-stained dagger that glowed with a faint green light. It was obviously dipped in poison, facing the encirclement of mystique venerable rank powerhouses. Even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao had to be cautious. He was not blindly confident. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. Jun Xiaoyao took out his two weapons. The myriad qi cauldron floated above his head. As it rotated, strands of myriad qi descended, each strand capable of crushing the void. The everlasting sword embryo shone with sharp and resplendent light. The sword seemed to reflect the entire universe. The immortal patterns on it lit up, scattering down a brilliant rain of light. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao had never used a weapon when fighting, but now he had taken out the myriad qi cauldron and the Daluo sword embryo. This showed just how cautious Jun Xiaoyao was. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao faced off against a mystique venerable one. The heavenly lord of heavens, sword of judgment, slashed toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao used the myriad qi cauldron to defend himself as he attacked. With a loud explosion, the myriad qi cauldron remained unscathed. What a great weapon. It's actually refined with the myriad source qi as the foundation. It's not far from being an imperial armament. The mystique venerable one from heaven looked at the myriad qi cauldron with greed in his eyes. The mystique venerable ones from seclusion and blood pagoda charged forward. Jun Xiaoyao slashed out with the everlasting sword embryo. The resplendent sword light tore through the heavens and earth. Each ray was 10,000 miles long. Destructive ripples erupted. Even someone as powerful as Jun Xiaoyao felt the impact and was under immense pressure. Fortunately, he was wearing a tattered armor. It was actually an ancient artifact with terrifying defensive power. Otherwise, it would not have been gifted to Jun Xiaoyao by the ancestors of the Jun family as a protective artifact. How is this possible? Jun Xiaoyao actually blocked off a round of attacks from mystique venerable ones. The other assassins from the Jin dynasty of the three great assassins were all dumbfounded. Challenging someone of a higher level was already heaven-defying enough. Challenging a supreme mystique venerable ones 2 levels above him was too much, wasn't it? No matter how strong the others were, they had to abide by the rules of their level. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about martial arts ethics at all, nor did he play by the rules. It must be because of that protective armor. It blocked most of the power for Jun Xiaoyao. Even so, it's terrifying enough. If it were anyone else, even with an ancient artifact protecting them, they would not be able to fight against a mystique venerable ones. The people from the Jin dynasty of the 3 great assassins only understood now. They did not understand why Jun Xiaoyao was rumored to be such a god. He was truly a heaven-defying anomaly. Junior, don't be so arrogant. In front of us mystique venerables, you are just an ant. The mystique venerable one from heaven looked displeased. Jun Xiaoyao was able to stop him despite the fact that he was bullying someone weaker than him. He had nowhere to put his face. 100,000 killing swords. The mystique venerable one from heaven shouted and used his ultimate move. The light wings on his back trembled. Light feathers formed from precepts fell. They turned into 100,000 terrifying killing swords and formed a formation in the air. They formed a terrifying rain of death swords and charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, the mystique venerable ones from secluded nation and blood pagoda also used their ultimate moves. They wanted to fight for Jun Xiaoyao, their prey. So what if you are a supreme mystique venerable? Do you really think that I, the son of God, am easy to bully? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were sharp, and his aura shook the world. Even though he was in a desperate situation, Jun Xiaoyao did not back down. This was the pride that was rooted in Jun Xiaoyao's bones. He was the son of God of the Jun family. He was an unparalleled monster since he was born. Even someone as strong as the ultimate disaster had been ended by his hands. Moreover, these were just a few mystique, venerable ones from the Jin dynasty. The supreme divine blood in Jun Xiaoyao's body boiled, and all his attributes increased by several times. Behind him, chaotic energy surged, as if a vast demon god was splitting the world apart. Chaotic body, chaos splitting the heavens. At the same time, the power of the 3,000 summer worlds surged in his body. It was as if 3,000 worlds were surging out. Jun Xiaoyao used the Daluo sword embryo to perform the 5 great sword techniques, fusing them into one to form a shocking sword. Slash! Boom! An unprecedentedly huge wave erupted. The shock waves gave people the illusion that the intensity was no less than a great battle between boundary emperors in the depths of the universe. Amidst this smoke, even the void was destroyed. The 3 mystique venerable ones from the Jin dynasty were all forced back a few steps. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was also forced back. His body was shaking and his blood was churning. Hundreds of the 3,000 summer worlds in his body were shattered. Even more cracks had appeared on the tattered armor on his body. It was on the verge of being scrapped. The mystique venerable ones from heaven narrowed their eyes when they saw the cracks on the armor. Jun Xiaoyao, you are indeed unexpected. You can actually withstand a round of our attacks. But you, how many more moves can you take? Take another 10,000 steps back. Even if you can withstand our attacks, can you survive today? The mystique venerable ones from heaven were speaking the truth. In the sky, Fufeng of Gojoseon was in a desperate situation. He was surrounded by 3 boundary emperors and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was on the verge of death. There were also the Tao venerables and godly venerables from the Jin dynasty. They were about to suppress the many ancient artifacts that Jun Xiaoyao had taken out. There were also a few mystique venerables who were eyeing him covetously. It could be said that in such a situation, no one could reverse the situation. However, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his hand. A drop of black blood, as dark as the night, floated quietly in his palm. The heavenly black blood. Heaven, you cannot make me kneel. Earth, you cannot make me kneel. The likes of you are still far from enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao directly slapped the heavenly black blood into his body. At this moment, the shackles of darkness were broken. The Grim Reaper had descended